Wouldn't it be funny if I did this? Just a perpetual starting soon. I'm just kidding. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi, Caroline. Great podcast app. Listen to my hour drive. Could you maybe conclude one of the 5 stories you started? No, I'm just going to go on subsequent podcast episodes and tell a little bit more of the stories every time. Your guest episode of One About was so freaking good. Thank you so much. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to New York for the week. I was wondering if you'd recommend anything. I'm assuming you've been. Yeah, I've been a few times. Here's what I'll say. Brooklyn over Manhattan. I just like the vibes better. Ruby, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, wouldn't that be a good bit? I just give a little bit of stories every time. The dog story is so sad. Dude, I started telling that story and I was like, this is dark. But I'm telling it. Thank you everyone for listening to the episode. I really appreciate that. Even though I normally don't look at YouTube comments, I did take a look. Because in all honesty, I've needed it. Just based on a lot of hate that I've gotten the last couple days for standing for freedom. So I looked at the comments just to feed my egotistical soul a little bit. It's funny though, because there was one person who was basically trying to call me out for not acknowledging that I've been, quote, given a career by Will Neff, and by not, like, that I need to stay humble and that I'll be in trouble if I don't acknowledge it. I'm like, you obviously don't pay for the Patreon, because I talk about that all the time, and I literally talked about it on that episode. Pay for the Patreon, poor. That only is to that person. Others who cannot pay for the Patreon, that is not me denigrating you. That is only for that person. Broke ass. Kika Lee Greisenport. No, listen, you know that is reserved only for that individual who clearly was trying to call me out on something that I have been so transparent on. Kika, thank you for the 2 gifteds. Ruby, thank you for the 2 months. You and Cutie have great chemistry together. She is one of my favorite people to shoot the shit with because she is unhinged, and she'll also just, like, I don't have to feel embarrassed or awkward in a bad way about saying anything, because Cutie will always say something out of left field. It was a really insulting comment. Yes, but 99% of the comments were really, really, really kind. So that one comment is, and it's also like, it was somebody trying to criticize me on something that I literally said in the podcast, in the Patreon part. You hinted towards the political battle you're having, but I would have appreciated if you mentioned it, since it is with the Times, and Cutie's demo is different from yours. Yeah, listen, I've talked about it a lot on my stream and on my Twitter. It was one of those things where it's like, I don't know how to concisely have this conversation without literally making it, the stream video is a little delayed behind the audio. Okay, so let me address that in a second. Without making it the entire podcast, I did not think it was actually the time and place to discuss something that really requires
Quan love, Quan heart.
Really requires a certain atmosphere, I guess. Moonflora, thank you for the 3 months. Okay, so you guys, Is my audio fucked up? Because you know how it's been doing the echo? I was playing around in Streamlabs to try to fix it. And so I changed it from what my input for my mic normally is to something else, and that seemed to get rid of it. It sounds good. Okay. I can turn it up a little bit. There we go. Okay. Otherwise, it's been giving me that echo. I don't know why. And the other thing I'll say for that podcast is that I actually really needed that. I really needed that break in the last couple days to just be silly and goofy and hang out with my friend and talk about a bunch of shit. Because that is my vibe. Like, I take so much pleasure in being able to talk about everything. And so for political coverage, I have been focusing on those discussions on my stream and on Twitter, to which my mother texted me again today. And I don't know if she's watching this, but Mom, I understand. You are concerned for me. I cannot... Saved by the dono.
Chaotic Duck donated $10. Try to discuss current events with family and immediately got shut down with a "who hurt Americans?" Try to explain it was more than who hurt who. There is a history. They repeated said it only matters who hurt Americans, otherwise not our problem.
Yeah. Chaotic Duck, thank you for the dono. But anyway, what was I saying? Yes, my mom has been texting me. She's been very concerned, not because she is pro-Israel, but because she is pro my safety, and she feels this way anytime I state political opinions that, yes, are going to cause anger with people on the internet. And I said to her, I was like, I cannot stay silent though. And in reality, I am so privileged, as are most of us, that we are not actually living in Palestine, that we are not actually having to risk our physical safety in the immediate because of our stance against genocide and against apartheid. You know, I'm here in Los Angeles, and yes, people on the internet have said horrible things, but that is the internet. And that is also, you know, that has just been something it's just been the response to this issue in particular because of how uninformed most people are. So yes, so I am aware that it is still not the popular stance, as insane as that is, to stand up for a group of people who have faced oppression for decades and decades and decades, and are currently facing a genocidal call to action from Israel. And I'm tired too, because you can't even say those things while simultaneously condemning civilian loss of life on both sides, which I have done multiple times. Everybody has been doing that. Anybody who is pro-Palestine has been absolutely doing that. Like, that goes without saying. It really is one of those, like, violence to civilians, civilian loss of life, goes without saying that is terrible. But like with every fucking issue in this world, it needs to be contextualized. We need to understand why this is happening. How do we stop this? Or else it just keeps going on. And this is what has been happening. It has just been going on and on. So anyway, it's not fun to, like, get texts like that from my mom. But I get it. I'm not sure which is more surreal, that we're about to see U.S. aided genocide on such a large scale in 2023, or that 80% of U.S. politicians and media are frothing at the mouth in support of it. 20 years of war. Yes, we learn nothing. No. History repeats itself. We do not learn from our mistakes. I was up until 6 in the morning. I have not been able to sleep lately. Oh, somebody already got banned. Great. I was up until 6 in the morning. I have not been able to sleep, and I had a very long conversation with Will where we kind of just talked about how these are cycles of violence that have been repeated through history. Violence begets violence, and we refuse to address the root causes of the violence. And what ends up happening is that the world usually just sides with whoever has more power, because the group that is powerless ends up being voiceless. And nowadays, with the media, the internet, the type of communication that we use daily makes it so that the side who is powerless is even so much more powerless. Like they have no ability to overcome the narrative that the side with power disseminates. Your boy Khalid, thank you for the 6 months. Thanks for having the patience of going over this, and I have a better understanding of what's going on. Yeah, I was thinking about, like, I was sitting here going, okay, what am I going to cover for stream? And I was looking through other stories, and genuinely, this feels so pertinent and important. And even though this has been going on for so long, this is nothing new. Nothing new. And to people who think that this is new violence, that this is a war that is just now breaking out. Oh my gosh. Your boy Khalid, thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you for the 50. My God. My goodness. I appreciate that. I appreciate the subs because I know that what you're saying is keep going. Like, thank you and keep going. And I appreciate everybody who's in here day after day, who's, been watching Hassan's streams, Mike, Denim's, anybody who is covering this, because you do want to learn or you do want to vocalize your support. And I was thinking about this moment too, as I was having this discussion with Will until 6 in the morning, where I felt really nihilistic. Granted, I was exhausted, but I was going into like a really dark place because it does feel hopeless. It does feel hopeless when you see the world powers, US celebrities, US politicians. Definitely not that, Chloe. Thank you for the 5. Also, guys, when I said that, I meant please don't feel pressure to subscribe, but I appreciate it from a we hear you, we stand with you. Please keep doing this. Thank you, Chloe, and thank you for your comments on Twitter. Thank you to everybody who has been I don't know, I hate to call it like calling in the troops, having backup, but it is really important to be backing up our friends and those whose content we consume, who we agree with, so that we can show that community and we can show that support. But anyway, I was feeling very depressed. I was feeling very dark. But then I thought to myself,
Free Palestine, Kwan, love you, Caroline Kwan.
Hell yes, Free Palestine, Karaya, thank you so much. You came across my timeline recently on Twitter talking about Palestine. I had to show my support. Hell yeah. But I was thinking to myself that this could be a moment. This could be a moment of change in a positive way. Honestly, how many of you, please don't be afraid to raise your hands. How many of you have learned about this conflict and understood why it is so important to support Palestinian liberation in ways that you had no idea before? Like, I really want to know, because I think that I am getting that sense, even though it feels overwhelmingly that that the internet has been largely one-sided. I have seen a lot of people repeat accurate information and provide historical context that I know they're learning in the last couple days. I'm not embarrassed to say me. You should never be embarrassed. Yeah. Your streams have been invaluable to inform my perspective on this. That's great. I mean, another realization I had last night was you as an individual cannot change the world, so you can only hope to change one person's mind. You can only hope to change one person's mind, and that they then change one person's mind, and then, you know, it continues like a domino effect. Oh my gosh. Your boy Khalid, my goodness. Thank you. Thank you for another 50. Lordy. Lordy, lordy. The double hitter. Oof. Get Will to rip his shirt. We are literally out of shirts to rip. Will's been having to go through his own drawers. And I've had to submit some shirts of mine as well. Like, for the longest time, I thought the situation was too complex and Israel was in the right and there was something I was missing. And I've learned that this is not the case. And by spreading the truth one by one, more people are going to come to the same realization. Yeah. That's what we have to, focus on, is just, you know, we're not going to influence our politicians in the way that we could, because they are politicians. At the end of the day, they're playing the game of politics. And to play the game of politics in the US means to be staunchly pro-Israel, or at least the appearance of it. Hick-ass American boy here. I married an Afghan girl 9 years ago. She really opened my eyes to the realities of the suffering of the Palestinians for decades. Yeah, I think it's something where you need to do whatever it takes to understand the human element. And it's a very simple thing to learn, but whether it is speaking to someone who is Arab, not even just Palestinian, but Arab, someone whose entire existence has been demonized, and they have been, equivocated to a terrorist because of the Western world. Whether it's having a conversation with a Palestinian or, you know, someone who's Arab, whether it's just watching or reading a post from someone who has grown up in this, who's spent their entire life under attack, you know, the sounds of bombs raining down on them being as normal as the sound of an alarm clock. Like, just having one moment where you see that we are discussing human beings. We are discussing the lives of actual human beings who have been so dehumanized that the conversation around the attacks in the last couple days has been one-sided, because only one side's lives matter. And it is so tiring, it is so frustrating, because, like I said, I have condemned civilian deaths on both sides unequivocally, as I have seen Palestinian journalists, anti-Zionist journalists, anybody who is talking about this situation, but with the proper context to it. And yet you are still labeled with untrue and horrible things, like being an anti-Semite, a self-hating Jew, a terrorist lover. And that is because people have the inability, either through their own ignorance or their own hatred, to see Palestinians as people. I think you aren't wrong that the rhetoric from Israel leaders from this is eye for an eye, but against all Palestine, it's like a genie has been let out of ball. Well, yes, that's why language is very important. why we're seeing this being called self-defense, why we're seeing this called, like vengeance. We're seeing this called an attack against terrorism, like standing up against terrorism, saying that this was unprovoked, saying that, that this is something where basically turning this into a situation where Israel was just going about their day, not doing anything wrong, and faced this vicious, horrible attack for no reason whatsoever. And that is not to justify. Like, giving that context is not justifying the lives, the Israeli lives that were taken. But it is important context, and we have to keep saying it. We have to keep saying it, or the dehumanization of Palestinian civilians who are being leveled right now. Hundreds of children have been killed in the last couple days. Hundreds of, or tens of thousands of Palestinians in the last 75 years. So the context is important and necessary in order to stop the dehumanization of Palestinians and to call for an end to the apartheid that has created the conditions for this ongoing death and destruction. Lurker for life, thank you for the prime. My family relates all Palestinians as Hamas, and I tried to explain, they just shut me down. Yeah. A lot of people are having a very visceral, emotional response right now, and they don't want to hear anything else because they think that is then saying that the deaths of those Israelis is justified. Like, all they hear is justification. When they see the word but, B-U-T, which is a word that's being used to contextualize what's happening here. It is condemning the violence, it is condemning the attack, the lives that were lost, but contextualizing why this is happening. All they see is a justification, and it is it's hard to just keep having those back and forths when one party just refuses to listen to anything else because they are just having a purely emotional response to what they have seen. And again, we have to keep in mind the amount of propaganda, and not just propaganda, but like one-sided news that is the reality of the coverage of Israel and Palestine. And so it's one of those things where I am making the distinction between people who I know better and are choosing to be Zionist despite knowing what has been going on. I'm making the distinction between those people and then others who are very new to this entire history, to this conflict, and are only seeing messages and statements and news stories that are covering the deaths of Israeli civilians and painting Palestine as a terrorist nation, because in their westernized minds, they see terrorist, they hear terrorist. There's no nuance there. There's no distinction there. And then they see like Israel. It's like terrorist Israel. Terrorist Jews. And that, and they have just, they have a visceral response to that. Israeli news sources have been more honest about the situation than Western media sources. It's crazy. And I'm going to read a couple articles that I have found to be hitting the nail on the head. It's crazy how many Israeli journalists I have seen who are reporting the accuracy of this situation and who are giving equal weight to Palestine, to the deaths of Palestinians and Israelis. Equal weight, like, as it's happening right now, but then also explaining, if you compare how many Israeli lives have been lost versus Palestinians, it is a vast difference because of the colonial apartheid, the settler colonialism, the violent apartheid that Palestinians have been facing for decades. It can't possibly be equal when one side has been oppressing the other for so long. And this is not the like oppression Olympics. This is not like, oh, well, those lives don't matter because more Palestinians died. But
Smile.
the point is that why is it that only Israeli lives matter? And why, especially when you consider how many Palestinians have been killed that nobody has cared about? Palestinians, which include children. And it sucks that like we always have to mention children for people to like perk up and go, oh, wait, this is wrong. But it's like, if you want to do that, if you want to shame people for being pro-Palestine, for being pro-free Palestine, if you want to shame people because you're like Israeli kids are dying, then okay, let's point to the numbers. Let us show you how many Palestinian children have been killed. How many Palestinian children are literally born into a prison? That the average age of the median age of Gaza is 18, because life is so dire there that the life expectancy is lower. That 43.5% of Gazans are 14 and under. And this is who is being targeted under the guise of Israel hitting back at Hamas. Someone said they just got banned, but I'm pro-Ukraine and I'm pro-Israel. It is a hypocrisy. It is a hypocritical belief that I've seen so much of, are people who post about Indigenous Day but are pro-Israel. People who post in support of Black Lives Matter but are pro-Israel. You cannot be against the oppression of one people and not be against the oppression of all. I'm sorry, did I say oppression? Sounded like I said impression. I keep getting YouTube ads that are pro-Israel. Yes, it's all over there. It's literally all over. And what's happening too is an element of shame. People who are scared to say anything now that counts Palestinian lives, to say anything that humanizes Palestine. They are afraid to do that because the response now is that you are a terrorist. You support terrorism. You support Israeli babies, Israeli civilians being blown apart. That's what you support if you support the liberation of a people who have been oppressed for 75 plus years. Are you excited for the next ban appeals? Oh, yeah. They're always lovely. They are always lovely. And I'm sure they will be particularly fun. You know what I'll say? I love saying that when I've been saying things. Crunk Daisy, thank you for the 2 months. I love to say something and be like, you know what I'll say? Same thing like I said on the podcast when I was like, long story short, proceeds to give the entire long story. But what I will say is that as hard as it's been to as hard as it's been to not only see the propaganda, the Zionist propaganda on Twitter, not only that, but also the amount of friends I have who are sharing this stuff on Instagram, which sucks. It fucking sucks. And I know most of these people don't know what the fuck is going on, and they're just like, they see a post where babies were murdered, I'm pro-Israel, I'm sharing this. On the other side of that, though, is how many people have come in here, how many people have found, you know, my tweets, how many people are now, you know, in this community because we share the same moral clause, that we align now morally on the issue of free Palestine. Not relevant to current conversation, but love the Wine About Pot episode. Yeah, there's probably a few people popping in here to say they love the episode. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If you're new in here, I joked on the podcast that we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine the whole time, which obviously we did not. But that has been the news coverage I've focused on the last couple of days, and I will continue to continue to cover it a bit today, probably not as much as I did yesterday. And then afterwards, we will decompress with fun. We'll probably watch an episode of something, maybe a little gaming. I'm also going to Austin tomorrow. Mark Rebel A puts out a statement that encapsulates. Oh, can you put that in the chat, please? I'd like to read that. I'm going to Austin tomorrow. I didn't think I was going to today because I'm just. Oh yeah, shout out to Fusion for the amazing B-roll. And then Milena texted me and was like, I really need you for this stream, and I cannot resist, my lady. So I'm going down tomorrow night. I will be there Friday, Saturday, there's a big stream, and then we'll be returning Sunday. I cannot believe it's Wednesday right now. Oh my god. I think I'm going to do streamers in cars on Friday. Saturday, I'm going to do Oktoberfest, and then Sunday I'll return. Did you see the Jada Will news? Yes. So what I want to do is we will do some a continuation of Israel and Palestine coverage. I want to read a couple of pieces that I thought were really meaningful and encapsulate what I have been trying to say. It's always really nice when you find someone who writes something you're like, yes, thank you. And then we will go through I'll go through Google News and see Google Entertainment News, and we'll pick some stories from there. Like the Jada and Will thing, which I still need to read the coverage on that. Oh, it says on his Instagram story, let me see if I actually there's another Instagram story that I had saved that I wanted to pull up. I wish it was as easy as Twitter bookmarks, as much as Twitter sucks. You guys, when Twitter went down today, who had a moment of relief? At first I thought I was banned. I was like, yeah, you know what? If I'm banned, that's crazy. But also, all right. Guess I'm out. Britt, actually, thank you for the 3 months. Hello, Queen Mother. Hello, darling. Hello, darling. And then I realized that Twitter had gone down. And I genuinely felt relief. I did. Which lasted for 2 seconds before it came back up. Loved Wine About It, made me find your YouTube and binge. Yes, I am slowly but surely growing my YouTube. When did it happen? It happened at, I can actually tell you exactly. Because I texted Will, I was like, Twitter going down! 3:49. No, because I actually deleted my account when Elon took over. Everyone was like, I'm out of here. I'm deleting. And then there were 2 people who actually did it, and they turned back, and everyone was like, I'm sorry, I'm just so addicted. I love especially how many big accounts were like, that's it for me. And this has happened every time there's been an additional update where people be like, all right, everybody, this is it. I can no longer in good conscience continue on this platform. Hello, doll. And then they don't actually leave. And it's this goodbye. They'll be like, please find me here. Here's my Substack. Here's my Blue Sky. Here's my Instagram. These are all my other links to find me. 07. And then they don't go because it's not easy to escape hell. I want Twitter to be replaced by something better. I mean, I wish Twitter was like old Twitter. That's what I wish. I wish that it had never fallen into the hands of Elon Musk. Motherfucking Elon Musk. So I have a video that is a clip of Kyle Kulinski talking about misinformation, which has been flourishing on Twitter the last couple days. So we will watch that. I saw you and Hassan in a tweet about your support. I'm glad to have found you and now be a follower. See, listen, for as many people as I feel are on the wrong side of things, who I've had to really look at with new eyes, people who have also taken the time to be like, unfollow. I don't respect you anymore. I'm like, okay, great, because there's 10 other people who are taking your spot here. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. That's the thing. It's like, I really do believe that those who don't know what's going on, if you just take literally 5 minutes, read any history, like book, article that's not coming out of the Israeli Times, or our mainstream media, like just something. Read something by a Palestinian who literally lived this. Just like 5-10 minutes of initial research, and you will go, oh my God, actually, this is a really great resource. Decolonize Palestine. And the thing is if you read something, you're like, that can't be possible. Just do a little search. Just be like, Israeli apartheid. And the UN has recognized it. So it's not just me saying this. It's not just people who you think have an agenda. So that's a good resource. But genuinely, if you just take a tiny amount of time to look into what we have been discussing, what you're seeing online. Wait, what does decolonize mean? It means exactly as it sounds, to undo colonization. And when we talk about Israel, we are specifically talking about settler colonialism, settler colonization. And the difference between regular colonization and settler colonialism is that settler colonialism is when colonizers invade and occupy territory. So, Jewish people who were looking to found Israel, Zionists, excuse me, I want to be very clear. Zionists who invaded Palestine in the 1940s, and did so using settler colonialism to permanently replace the existing people there. So it's not just it's not just colonizing the people who already live there. It is colonizing them through displacement. So permanently kicking them out, taking their homes, taking their, taking everything that they have to their names. And are we still arguing with people about whether Israel's engaging in apartheid? I've seen a lot of folks online accusing. Listen, this is the battle. This is the battle. This is the battle against decades of propaganda. That is what many of us have been attempting to undo in the last couple days, and it's a huge undertaking. Whether people who are, are new to the propaganda, are new to this conflict, and are only obtaining their information from from the side of power, or they are people who have approached this from one side for years now. But that takes work. It takes work to undo all of that. And I think something that's always something that furthers, that backs up the point that I'm making about how it does not take that much initial work to understand that the cause for Palestine's liberation is truly so clear, could not be clearer, is when I see people post and go, I genuinely had no idea about any of this before. I looked into it and holy shit. I didn't realize, like, people who don't realize that Palestinians are living under occupation. They don't realize that Gazans, 2 million Gazans, have been under military control, that they are not allowed to leave Gaza, that their water, their food, their medicine is controlled, that, so many Gazans are living with food insecurity, that the life expectancy rate is lower in Gaza. How many Palestinians are imprisoned, incarcerated for the simple act of protest, of peaceful protest? Yes, 97% of the water is not potable. They've lived, yes, that an entire wall is built around Gaza, and that Israel controls them via land, sea, and air because of the blockades that they implemented in 2007. Like, these are literally facts. This is not my opinion. And so it's when people simply learn those things that, unless you continue to look through a lens of Israeli supremacy, if you look through a lens of racism, to learn those facts, then it's impossible to not go, my God, these people should be free. My God, children have been living imprisoned their entire lives. Children who don't have adequate access to food and to water. And that when things like, when the attack that happened a few days ago, when things like this happen, the response from Israel is to target these civilians who have already lived under these horrible conditions. I mean, I have seen so many on the ground stories. I mean, as many as we can get, as we could get before electricity was cut off, before cell phones ran out of power. And like, here's an example. Here's an example of how inhumane this retaliation by Israel is. Second. Okay, I've liked so many tweets. Like, here's one. The hospitals, because of the siege, are so short of supplies. This is a doctor in Palestine. That we had to clean a teenage girl with 70% body surface burns with regular soap because the hospital is out of chlorhexidine, which is antiseptic. Like, that is what That is what but that is what Gazans are having to endure. And yet we have, you know, we're seeing calls for aid, pledges for aid to Israel. And this is what's going on in Gaza. Because the conditions were already so terrible. Yes, these comments are, I mean, my God. Do you have any advice for learning about topics like this without getting too depressed? It's awful. It's really hard to learn about. Yes, that is the struggle, because when you open your eyes, listen, ignorance is bliss at the end of the day. Ignorance is bliss. Because when you open your eyes to seeing the reality of suffering, you cannot help but to feel depressed, to feel anxious, to feel just gutted about how evil how evil our world can be and has been, and that this is a tale as old as time throughout history, and yet we continue to do it. And something that Will and I talked about yesterday was how horrifying it is to see Zionist Jews whose family members died in the Holocaust, who themselves were in the Holocaust, and to see them supporting this genocide against Palestinians. It makes no sense. It absolutely makes no sense, but it speaks to how violence is cyclical.
After a month of the content, the movies, the commentary, the everything. You're amazing, Quan Hart.
Deacons, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. It's very, very sad when you realize something like that. So anyway, back to your question of like, how do I look into things like this? How do I consume information? How do I learn the reality of what has been going on here without being depressed? I think what it is to not only take stock that, okay, I am in a place of privilege where I am not experiencing that. I am simply reading about what people are experiencing, but I myself am not having to experience that. So the least that I can do is to understand these people's suffering and to do what I can to inform others so that they care as well, to take the time necessary to learn about this history, so that in doing so, you are one more person who has humanized Palestinians. And this goes for, you know, this goes for anybody who faces oppression. You know, the important thing is that we don't forget them, that we do not, that we don't turn a blind eye, as hard as it is, and that we do what we can to make sure that at least one other person knows about it. Wait, why are you guys saying balds? A bald raid? Or the raiders are bald? RJ, thank you for the bits. Unfortunately, I think it's gotten to the point where Israel could get away with doing a full-blown Holocaust, and the Palestinians, gas chambers and all, and the world will find a way to justify it. Yes, I mean, that is what the genocidal actions of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense is being supported by most of the world, including the US. I think we are bald. Well, you can just do what your leader does and take Propecia. The biggest thing I've noticed is that once you start looking, it's hard to look away and it's hard to stop noticing more. Yeah. That is what we call the awakening. Mumbles, thank you for the 2 months. That is called being awake, aka woke. That is the origin of woke. Spazzy, thank you for the prime. What do you think the Israeli people should do to help the Palestinians? I think they should do what many Israelis are doing and continue to protest against the actions of their government. To continue telling others, including other Jews, that we cannot discuss this situation, that we cannot extend our care only to Israeli lives, that their government is responsible at the end of the day for all of this violence because of the illegal occupation and the apartheid that they have committed against Palestine. Like, those are just facts. Basically, what we can all do: be vocal, be empathetic. There's never been a time in my life when I felt more hopeless. I can only pray. Yes, I get, again, it's important to be, to take strength in your own awakening, to take strength in your own, in the fact that you know what's going on here, and then to try and, to pass that information on, to be vocal about your support, to at least one other person. Off top, that one about Ep with you was great. It was super fun. It was a good break. The fact that Harvard students are actively getting doxxed for correctly pointing to the Israeli government as the party with full agency is actually demoralizing. Yeah, I mean, I actually had this clip up. Mike and I were talking about this, but I don't know if you know anything about, or I don't know if, I don't know how much we know about anti-BDS laws. But it's actually insane it's actually insane when you consider the fact that so many politicians have now made a cornerstone of their politics the right to free speech, the right to boycott. And yet they are vocally against BDS, which is boycott, divestment, sanctions. And the BDS movement is one that has been, it's one that has been praised by and supported by Black Lives Matter, by anti-Zionist Jews, by, progressive groups. And what it does is it calls for the boycott, the divestment, and sanctions on Israel to stop companies and to stop people from supporting apartheid. And yet there have been so many anti-BDS measures that have been passed in the last few years, which is ironic considering how many politicians who are spearheading these measures are also the same ones who call for 100% freedom of free speech. And these are peaceful. These are not violent. These are lawful, constitutional, peaceful boycotts, and it's supposed to hit at the money. Here, let's watch this video. Mike and I were discussing this today. So this was from 2018. So a lot of what I've done in the last couple days is to show us, is to provide historical context, but to show things that have been happening for years and years. Whether we look at something that occurred 3 years ago or something that occurred 20 years ago, it's important because it's all the same thing. And it's all incredibly relevant to what has happened in the last couple days. It did not happen in a vacuum. It was not unprovoked. And that is why I am showing so much of this type of educational content. So this is a story on a school speech pathologist in Texas who was terminated for refusing to sign the Israel oath. Talk about a violation, a constitutional violation, where this children's speech pathologist who had worked for the last 9 years with developmentally disabled, autistic, and speech impaired elementary school students in Austin, Texas, was told that she can no longer work with the public school district after she refused to sign an oath, vowing that she does not and will not engage in a boycott of Israel or otherwise take any action that is intended to inflict economic harm on that foreign nation. A lawsuit on her behalf was filed in a federal court in the Western District of Texas, alleging a violation of her First Amendment rights of free speech. But like, this has been happening more and more often as more as more politicians take a hardline pro-Israel approach and are against things like this, which absolutely, I'm sorry, not against her being fired. I mean, against BDS laws. They support something like this, where a person was fired for refusing to sign an Israel oath.
Do something, because my kids were watching me, first of all. And I always tell my kids, when you see something wrong, you have to fix it. I'm a speech language pathologist. I have been contracting with Pflugerville Independent School District for about 9 years now. What was unique about my position was that I spoke Arabic, so we were able to correctly evaluate kids who came in with Arabic as a language. I love my job a lot. I've always wanted to be in a job that was in the service field, because I know I'm making a difference. This year, I got a new contract with new compliances, and I came across one that shocked me.
In 2017, Texas passed a law that banned state agencies from working with contractors that boycott Israel. Like, this is just a piece of this entire gigantic machine that has been so one-sided towards Israel. And that is why even now in 2023, it is risking your job to be pro-Palestine, or at the very least to not be pro-Israel. These are people are dealing with this who are not even like Palestinian activists, people who, are vocally pro-Palestinian. It's just that they refuse to sign anything or to pledge anything to be pro-Israel. I know the question's not that simple. Why does the U.S. have such a hard-on for Israel? Because Israel is very powerful. Israel has a ton of money. They have a ton of, they have amassed a ton of power. They are, in the eyes of the U.S., a better ally to have. They are an imperial interest. That's what it comes down to. That's how the world works, is that they side with other powers who then they have a mutual relationship with. They provide aid to one another, and they use their allyship to squash less powerful people and nations. And yes, it's a foothold in the Middle East for the U.S. Absolutely. Israel is the most powerful country in the Middle East. They have the most powerful military, thanks in part to us, and it is very beneficial for us to have a strong alliance with Israel because the U.S. loves to imperialize the Middle East. Yo, you exploit other nations too. Bro, we should be friends.
The point
Yes,
of
we pick winners
boycotting
and
any
losers.
products that supports Israel is to put pressure on the Israeli government to change its treatment, the inhumane treatment of the Palestinian people. Having grown up as a Palestinian, I know firsthand the oppression and the struggle that Palestinians face on a daily basis. You know, I have to set an example for my kids. We got to stand up for what's the justice and for right and equal opportunity for everybody and humane conditions. And so for me, it was an easy decision in that aspect. You know, I could not sign it. I was forced.
Can you imagine that? She grew up in Palestine. Like, it goes without saying that she's probably had family members who have been killed through the decades of apartheid. And she was asked, not asked, she was demanded to sign the Israel oath or risk losing her job. I mean, the cruelty of that, the cruelty of being forced to sign something that pledges your loyalty to Israel, the very nation that has displaced violently your people. It's one of the most fucked up things about the U.S., losing your job or not signing an oath to support apartheid. Yeah. Like, this is the U.S. doing this. The fucking U.S. This isn't even just Israel. You know what I mean?
To depart from my job because I will not sign it, and I cannot return back if I don't sign it. I have been here in the States for over 30 years. I'm an American citizen. I follow the law, and so I have the luxury of having these rights, which many people in other countries do not have. It infringe on all my principles. And on top of that, my right to speech and also right to protest. It's baffling that they can throw this down our throats, you know, and decide to protect another country's economy versus protect our constitutional rights. I knew that I had to do something because I knew it's going to affect more than just me. It may affect also my kids. So I knew that something had to be done and I couldn't just let it pass by.
Yeah. Yeah. And we should all strive for that. And I know that some people are in an impossible situation, and I understand that. But I think right now in this moment, it is so important, if we're able to stand up for Palestinian lives and Palestinian people and to call for an end to their occupation.
Now, speaking of colonialism.
This is from 6 months ago. This is Jasmine Lee talking with Jon Stewart on Israel and Palestine. This is a quick little clip.
I like that segue. I'm Segue King. Segue God right over here. I appreciate you as an artist and as a humanitarian, as a human being, because I imagine it can be difficult because you are someone who is righteously speaks out against the disgusting, violent, terrible anti-Semitism that comes from all facets of our society.
Sure.
But you also are humanitarian enough to speak on behalf of Palestinians who are being treated like second-class citizens. And do you get any pushback as a Jewish person because of this?
No, everybody's cool with it. Everybody's cool with it till they find your email address.
Right.
Of course. Mm-hmm. You know, again, it's, and there are a lot of reasons for that, but one of them is that as a Jewish person, you are saddled with the idea that you are not a citizen of America or a citizen of the world. You are a citizen of Israel. And you must back their actions or the actions of, and one has nothing to do with the other, and one has nothing to do with being Jewish or not being Jewish or whatever it is that people choose on their religion or on their history or on their background. It has to do with in the way that I view governments that don't act on behalf of, or that, you know, what has happened in that part of the world is tragic. And unfortunately, I think the biggest problem is it's to nobody's benefit,
Right.
but the Palestinian people, that it get resolved.
Right.
It's not to the benefit of the Israeli government. They use the Palestinian issue as a cudgel, and they continue to build settlements and whatever it is they want to do. And no one's suggesting that like terror attacks are okay and that's a good thing. But if you're held to that standard that you don't get your state until nobody tries to kill anybody else, well, then you're never going to get your state. It's not to the benefit of the other Arab leaders in the region, because their people can be mistreated in the same way by their autocracies. So why do they want to fix the Palestinian situation when they can use Israel as an easy code to get their people in line? Don't look at us, look at Israel.
Right. Right.
We're fucking with you. Look how they fuck with the Palestinians. It's not to the United States' benefit, because we have an ally in the region that's a lot more complicated for us than in other ways, because they rely on our military aid and all kinds of other things.
Yes, indeed.
So if it's not in anybody's interest, in the powers of status quo, what chance do they have?
Yeah.
It's a very
This is what was making me feel very sad last night and feeling in a very dark place, because he's absolutely right in that. And it's why like me as an individual, knowing that there's only so much power I have, my goal here is to continue to speak out about all of this and to hopefully shine a light for others and to change hearts and minds, and then send them forth to do the same. That's a great answer to why other countries in the Middle East are not minded to help Palestine. Absolutely. Palestine is pretty much on their own, and they really are entirely powerless. And that's why so many people who have made the point, what did you expect to happen? Which is not a justification of the deaths, but simply an acknowledgement of reality.
efficient way of looking at it. That's exactly what it is.
But what chance?
Yeah.
And it's not really to Hamas's benefit, and it's not to Fatah's benefit, because then they lose their grip on power. So the only people who always lose are the day in, day out Palestinian people.
Yeah.
Because it's to no one's benefit to help them but them.
Yes, indeed.
And so not.
I want to make one point here. The last time Israel bombed Gaza, the great point was made that it is in fact anti-Semitic to equate Israel with Jewish people. Israel is not a monolith, nor is Jewish support for Israel any attempt to characterize Yes, it's the same exact thing with Palestine and with Hamas. I've seen a lot of people exhausted trying to reiterate that fact there. One thing I do want to add here is that settler colonialism, like white supremacy, like patriarchy, like any other system of control and power, is also bad for the people who supposedly should benefit under it. Settler colonialism is not good for, it's not like 100% good for the settlers either. And that's why, like, what I said in one post of mine on Twitter was that what happened to the Israeli civilians, many of whom are settlers, I mean, I guess you would say ultimately all would be settlers, is that that happened because of the actions of their government. That happened because of the actions of Israel, which is the one who has been, responsible for this settler colonialism. The bottom line is the Israeli project is inherently an ethno-state that wants to have Jewish citizens as the only full citizens of that country. Until the nature of that state changes, there won't be peace. Yes, and that's why, like, I don't know how much you know about, I don't mean you, Mike. When I say you, I just mean chat. About birthright and about what Israel has done to try and encourage American Jews to return home. That's what it's called. It's called returning home. These are Jewish people who have never been to Israel. You know, they were born in Brooklyn. They were born in Ohio. They've grown up in America, and yet they are told that this is your birthright, that this land is yours. And what's happened under Bibi Netanyahu especially is that they are given the homes and the land of Palestinians.
Not recognizing that is to be blind to any dynamic. But that doesn't negate how I feel about anti-Semitism.
Of course.
Yes.
And anti-Semitism is not the same as Zionism.
That's right.
It's not the same as any of it. But boy.
Oh God, there's a whole disgusting tourist sector just for what you're talking about. Yes.
Don't have that conversation with people.
Yeah. I mean, my God, I feel like we're blue in the face trying to say that pro-Palestinian does not equal anti-Semitism, that Judaism does not equal Zionism, right? It's like that Palestine does not equal Hamas. The Palestinians also believe the land to be their birthright. So something I want to impress upon you is that Palestinians lived there first. So take religion out of the equation, okay? Because we like to add religion in here. Now, Zionists who colonized and settled in Palestine, they did so because of religious beliefs. Because of the belief that those lands were theirs, that they needed to have Jerusalem. And that's why so many white evangelicals support the Zionist movement and the nation of Israel, because they believe that by possessing Jerusalem, that will bring about the coming of Christ. So religion does play a factor here. But what you need to look at is who actually was living there first. Israel was not founded until 1948. And it was founded after they began their apartheid regime, where they violently dispossessed the Palestinians whose land that they lived on. And during those times, when the first initial calls for partition and for coexistence were happening, a majority of the land was going to be given to Israelites who comprised a minority of the population because they did not live there first. I wouldn't say they were there for. They lived when we're looking at Jews versus Palestinians. Yes, Palestinians were there before them. That is how Israel came to be, is that they shoved Palestinians out, that they took their lands, they took their homes. And, you know, now decades later, Palestinians have been relegated to the West Bank, to the Gaza Strip, and to East Jerusalem, which are all under Israeli control, and Gaza, which is a literal prison. Okay, anyway, let's watch this.
More from the Palestinian.
Do you know what's really sad to me too? Not sad, illuminating is how many how many Palestinian journalists or activists or people that I have seen appear on the news have to make sure that they are as eloquent and as as amenable as possible. And I showed a bunch of clips yesterday where Palestinians who were being interviewed on air, including the ambassador from the UK, the Palestinian ambassador, who lost 6 family members, going on air and being repeatedly hammered over whether or not they condemn Hamas. And even after, of course, as it goes without saying, yes, they condemn the actions of Hamas, but wanted to contextualize the violence, they just kept getting hit over and over again because these journalists, they don't want to hear it. The mainstream media, they don't want the context. They do not want it to be disseminated, to be shared by Palestinians. They just want to hear, yes, I am sad about Israeli deaths, and yes, I condemn Hamas. That is it. But they don't do it on the other side. They don't have, they don't have Israelites do that. They don't have, they don't hold the same candle because this is one-sided. Because it's clear that Palestinians have been dehumanized for too long, that their struggle and that their lives do not matter in the same way.
More from the Palestinian perspective is Dr. Mustafa Barghouti, who is the co-founder of the Palestinian National Initiative. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. According to various organizations from
if huge amounts of Jews who are there now, who were born there and their families have been there for, let me just put this in perspective. There are many Jews alive now. Dr. Shrewe, thank you for the 5. Thank you. There are many Jews who are still alive. Jews like Noam Chomsky, who are older than the state of Israel, okay? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that when you say, well, what about Jews who were born there? What about the Palestinians who had been there for generations, who were violently displaced? I don't understand how you can look at that and go, but the Jews have been there for 75 years. What do you want? You know what I say? Of course, I want Jews to have a home. I want Jews to have a place in this world. But why does that have to mean the extermination of Palestinians? Why does that mean then that they have the right to dispossess Palestinians? Why?
From Human Rights Watch to the UN, the violence in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank has claimed countless Palestinian lives over the last couple of years. Are you concerned that these attacks by Hamas on civilians in Israel are ultimately hurting the Palestinian cause?
I do not accept killing any civilian, whether Palestinian or Israeli. And I don't think killing civilians is a solution to any problem. But the reality is that the root cause of what we see today is the continuation of Israeli illegal occupation of Palestinian land. The fact that the West Bank is still occupied after 56 years and becoming the longest occupation in modern history. And
just think about that for a second. This is becoming the longest occupation in modern history. That's how long this has been going on.
Occupation that has transformed into a system of apartheid. Gaza is also under another form of occupation, besieged from every direction. And now Israel is declaring that Palestinians are animals and imposing a complete and total siege on Gaza, depriving people from food, from medications, from water, from electricity. A whole population of 2.2 million people are punished today. And I don't think that the killing of civilians in Israel justifies now killing the Palestinians in Gaza and then blaming Palestinians for the fact that Palestinians are killed. This is unacceptable. And dehumanizing Palestinians is unacceptable. The way out of this is different. It should be immediate de-escalation, immediate exchange of prisoners, immediate ceasefire, and then finding a way of ending this occupation.
For people who are unclear from afar exactly what the unrest is about, is it clearly boiled down to a land dispute, or is it far more complicated than that?
No, it's about violation of international law. As I said, Palestinians are subjected to Israeli illegal military occupation. And this illegal occupation has transformed into a system of apartheid, according to Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and even Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem. This is a much worse apartheid than what prevailed in South Africa at one point of time. More than that, Mr. Netanyahu has been doing everything he could since he came to power in 1996 to kill the possibility of peace. This is a very simple case of people who are occupied, people who have been oppressed for 56 years. My grandfather, my father, myself, and my daughter have never seen a day of freedom. And what Palestinians need is equal.
Like, this is what's so heartbreaking, is how many Palestinians share this same story of family members, of, you know, countless family members who have never had a day of freedom, and yet they are coming on to most of these, most of these media platforms and being asked to, like, the point of them coming on is just being asked to condemn Hamas. Like, and nothing else matters. Like, there is no interest in hearing what else they have to say here. Like, you know, he just said, family members of his who have never had a day of freedom, that, like, the apartheid has to come to an end, that it has been declared an apartheid by the UN, an illegal occupation. These are all facts that are coming out of places like the UN.
Equality like everybody else. What we need is our right to be independent, our right to be free from any oppression and from the system of occupation.
Can you see any path forward to peace or diplomacy?
The only way out of this is immediate ceasefire, immediate de-escalation, immediate exchange of prisoners, so that all Israelis who are now held in Gaza could come home safe, and all Palestinian prisoners who have been in Israeli jails for such a long time, including one that I know that has been there for 43 years. This should stop. And we can open the road to real peace by accepting Palestinians as equal human beings.
Yes.
That
is the first step to the solution here, is to restore equal rights to Palestinians, to to end the blockades, to end the illegal occupation, to give equality to Palestinians. Like, that is, listen, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in the matter of how do we sufficiently bring peace to the Middle East? What is the, two-state solution, a one-state solution? But I do know that it has to start with this. It has to start with a ceasefire. It has to start with, like he said, exchanging hostages, letting Palestinians out of the jails that they have been kept in for doing things like peacefully protesting, to restoring legal rights and human rights to Palestinians, especially those living in Gaza, to ending the prison that they have lived under since 2007. Yes, this was a good tweet. Wait. Where did it go? Yeah, I retweeted this. The West is allergic to investigating root causes. Most media and almost anyone with any kind of power wants you to stay far away from the origins of any problem. because to address the core issues like racism, capitalism, colonialism implicate the entire system. And you can only come to a solution if you address the root causes. That is how proper solutions are are arrived at. Not to sound corny, but it's such a breath of fresh air seeing someone speak up Israel's horrid colonization of Palestine, especially someone who's not Arab in the streamer space. They are few and far between. Yes, they are few and far between. I will say, though, that I've noticed quite a few streamers who aren't saying anything, but are quietly liking my posts. So that is a positive thing. That is something that I think is hopeful. Okay, so they suffered. How does that justify sending thousands of rockets to kill civilians for no reason? Are you referring to Israel, who is doing that right now? Or are you just referring to Hamas? Because what I'm going to guess is that you view this entirely one-sided. The fact that you've listened, I don't know how much you've listened to, but you said, okay, they suffered. As in, like, they had a paper cut. As in, what's the big deal? Why is it that after 75 years of suffering, of living under oppression, okay, so what? So what? Okay.
Stop.
Okay, yeah, that happened. Yeah, that's the type of person who I'm like, you need to do more education on the matter, or you are just you're just a hateful Zionist. I don't know. It could be either.
By stopping dehumanizing Palestinians and accept them as equal partners. I've always said, if Israel doesn't want two-state solution, does not want us to be free and end occupation, then let's live together in one democratic state with equal rights. But you cannot say that all of Palestine is only Jewish and Palestinians have no place to stay in, especially that our number today is equal to the Israeli Jewish people.
Dr. Mustafa Barghouti, we thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate the conversation. Of course,
Palestine had better leftist representation than Israel. Destroyed and left Hamas's base. Yes, yes. It bears repeating that Israel created Hamas. Israel funded Hamas, and they did so to squash any progressive, any leftist organizations in Palestine. That is what those in power tend to do. They fund terrorist organizations to use to their own benefit, and then things backfire. Or in the case of the Mehdi Hassan video that everyone's been watching, that's the blowback. Even Ron Paul, dude, Ron motherfucking Paul was talking about this years ago. He was one of the only politicians who was saying that, he was stating the fact of which is that Israel created Hamas. Israel funded Hamas. I'm personally a very strong advocate of freedom, as we all should be. I've spent time in Central Africa making shit work we can call disgusting, dysfunctional shit everywhere except for visibility. It's inconvenient. Yes, we should all be advocates for freedom. Okay, next little clip that I want to watch. All right, so
this is democracy.
Someone who has been a very commendable source of information is Israeli journalist and author Gideon Levy. I don't know, actually Gideon Levy, I think it is. Gideon Levy, who writes for Haaretz, which is an Israeli newspaper, and has genuinely, he, as well as other Israeli journalists, have been producing better coverage, more accurate, truthful coverage than our own mainstream media. Levy, yes. He's been amazing. Also, Amy has been amazing. If you go back and look at Democracy Now! With Amy from 10 plus years ago, she has been so consistent. So consistent. And I really do appreciate that, especially as we have seen the downfall of many leftists in the last couple days who have really showed their asses. So many leftists who have really shown their true colors. Democracy Now! Has been incredibly consistent. Amy has been amazing on the matter, and her continued coverage in the past couple days of bringing on both Israeli and Palestinian journalists has been very, very insightful. Did you hear what Rep. Josh Gottheimer said in response to Rep. Susan Wild? I have not. Honestly, I've kind of not taken that much stock in a lot of political statements or quotes because most of them I know are going to be trash. That's just unfortunately the reality. But I have, however, commended both Cori Bush and Rashida Tlaib for their bravery in what they said, which is what all of the progressives in our government should have been saying. Comrade Winston, thank you for the gifted. Josh Gottheimer, moderate Democrat congressman, privately told other Democrats that American Muslims should feel guilty, quote, or are all guilty for the Hamas attack. As Wild told fellow Democrats that she didn't want any religious community to feel ostracized. Yeah, yes, that makes sense. Noting that Muslim leaders weren't present at the event she participated in, Representative Josh Gottheimer, a moderate Jewish Democrat and Israel hawk, loudly interjected. Accounts differ, however, on whether he said that because they should feel guilty or because they're all guilty. Gottheimer later told other Democrats at the meeting that his comments were taken out of context. Were they? And made as part of a separate conversation with an attendee about condemnation of Hamas. Oh, okay. All right. This is what we just keep going back to. Oh, no. I'm just condemning Hamas. The lawmaker has been publicly critical in recent days of those he saw as insufficiently criticizing Hamas for its attacks on Israel. Fuck him. Fuck him. Yeah, I think another noteworthy thing is is how many politicians, and like I said, I don't expect anything less now, but it is still like, oh my God, how many politicians are supporting the genocidal call to action that has been announced by both Bibi and the defense prime minister? Like I saw Marco Rubio's response. I actually think it's in one of these pieces that I pulled up. Let me see. Yeah. Israel has no choice but to seek the complete eradication of Hamas in Gaza. There simply is no diplomatic solution or measured response available. Guess what? You want to know what that actually translates to? That translates to the eradication of Gaza. Because you want to know who they're targeting? All of Gaza. Specifically, residential buildings, hospitals, universities, mosques. These are all places that Palestinians who are not Hamas are in. These are literally war crimes, and we're seeing this play out. We've seen the videos of the air raids. These are some of the worst airstrikes in modern history. Israel is bombing Lebanon. Like, that's what's happening here. And it's being painted as Israel has no choice. Israel is justified. Israel is right. Israel is self-defending. I don't think so. I do not think so at all. If you do not see those as genocidal actions, then you are not, you're not paying attention. You're not like listening to what the leaders of Israel themselves are saying. Okay, I really need to go turn the air down because I am sweating. I'll be right back and then we'll watch this. Okay. So this is Amy speaking with Gideon Levy.
Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Netanyahu bears responsibility for this Israel-Gaza war. That's the headline of an editorial in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz.
I cannot state enough how brave it is for an Israeli journalist to post a headline like that in an Israeli newspaper. Because the thing is that Israel enacts vicious punishment on Palestinians who protest, who boycott, but they also extend that to Israelites who they consider to be traitors. Like, they literally label them as traitors. They say that they are mentally damaged, and life is not easy for Israelites who are anti-Zionist, who are anti their own government.
The paper's editors
that was
wrote,
the editorial
quote,
board.
"The disaster that befell Israel on the holiday of Simchat Torah is the clear responsibility of one person, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, who's prided himself on his vast political experience and irreplaceable wisdom in security matters, completely failed to identify the dangers he was consciously leading Israel into when establishing a government of annexation and dispossession, when appointing Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir to key positions, while embracing a foreign policy that openly ignored the existence and rights of Palestinians," the Haaretz editorial said. We go now to Tel Aviv, where we're joined by Gideon Levy, an award-winning Israeli journalist and author, columnist for the newspaper Haaretz, member of its editorial board. His most recent piece is headlined, "Israel Can't Imprison 2 Million Gazans Without Paying a Cruel Price." Gideon Levy, if you can talk about how Israelis are responding right now, what you feel it's important for people outside Israel, especially here in the United States, to understand and to do at this point as 300,000 reservists move along the Gaza border.
Yeah, Israel is basically shocked. At least in the first 1 or 2 days, you could feel it everywhere. Nobody expected this unprecedented
it's Gideon Levy.
Situation. It broke many perceptions, both about Hamas, about the Palestinians, about their capabilities, and about ourselves and our capabilities. But this is now put aside. People are still digesting what happened. The more time passes, the more horrible scenes are exposed. Day after day. I've been to the south the day before yesterday, and I can tell you I've been so many times in the south in times of war. What I saw there was nothing like it happened in the past. But I must say that side by side with what I mention here, there is also a big sense of taking revenge, a big desire to take revenge, and hatred toward the Palestinians is growing up to very, very dangerous levels. Same anger is also directed at the government, less than this at the army.
Avery, thank you for the 2 months.
But I think that the government, once this war will be over, hopefully soon, this government is going to pay a hell of a price, and it must go home. I don't see this situation in which Netanyahu continues, and all the ministers around him, who are all of them no-ones, fascists, and part of them would have even been defined in Europe as neo-Nazis. Those people who called for all kinds of terrible things to do and did nothing to make Israel prepared for any danger, and continue not to doing nothing. That's so astonishing that we are now the 5th day after the war, and you don't see the government. They are still preoccupied with their own political careers, with all kinds of political manipulations. Nobody takes care of the situation. The army is preparing itself for a ground operation, but except of the army, I was in so many homes which were bombed, so many people who lost their beloved one. Nobody came to them. Nobody offers them any assistance. Israel is really falling apart from this point of view. And the man who governed Israel for the last 15 years is the one and the only one to be blamed before anyone else. This goes without saying.
And my my belief on this, Dan, thank you for the gifted. My belief on this is because of what Benjamin Netanyahu and his, you know, and his allies, what it is that they want, what their goal is. And the reason why they have so severely failed Israelites, the civilians that they are responsible for, is because they want this to happen. They absolutely want there to be attacks like this from Hamas, so then they can turn around and have the justification and the backing of the world to level Gaza, to wipe out all remaining all remaining traces of Palestinian life there, and to reduce Palestinians to to continue to reduce them to refugee status, either death or being a refugee. That is I mean, guys, this is so reflective. This is so this is following in the path of the US's response after 9/11, because these imperialist powers, they have their eyes on the prize. They have their they have their long-term goal, and we are seeing that play out here. And it's why, like, so many Israeli civilians have not stood for Benjamin Netanyahu before, and not now. It's the same imperialist playbook.
And I guess at 6 after the war, as we say, million Israelis will go to the streets and they will have only one demand. At least Netanyahu go home. If not, Netanyahu go to court and be sentenced for this irresponsible
Israelite only applies to the ancient. Okay, thank you for that correction.
Policy that you have been
I've been reading too many history books.
Gidon Levy, I wanted to ask you so according to press reports, as many as 1,500 Palestinian fighters of Hamas were killed inside of Israel. So the enormous number of militants who were able to get into Israel. Could you talk about the decision of the government to relocate large portions of Israel's army from the Gaza border to protect far-right settlers on the West Bank?
Sure, that's one of the big failures on Saturday. Not the only one, because the first failure is obviously the surprise, the strategic surprise. We are so proud about the most sophisticated intelligence in the world, with all kind of those elite units, with all the devices. They know everything, they understand everything. And then an operation which was prepared for 1 year by hundreds of militants, they didn't hear about it. So that's the first failure. The second failure is obviously that the southern front with Gaza was totally abandoned, because we were busy with all the festivals of Sukkot, of those crazy settlers, guarding them, but not only guarding them, collaborating with them with their pogroms among Palestinians. We have clear evidence that the army saw the pogroms and did nothing. And when an army is busy for years now, not only recently, only with running and chasing after Palestinian children who throw a stone, and after all kind of suspected Palestinians, when an army is over-occupied in standing in illegal checkpoints and penetrating to Palestinian homes in the middle of the night to arrest somebody.
Pogroms means mass slaughters.
Without any legal basis, then this is the result. You get, instead of a professional, motivated, experienced army, you get a bunch of no ones who don't know what to do in such a situation, because after the first shock, it took still hours and hours until the army showed up. And that's unbelievable.
And this issue of Netanyahu preparing for an invasion of Gaza, you talk about the immense.
They are not mass slaughter. They absolutely are. They absolutely are. They are coordinated attacks that result in mass slaughter. I don't know what else to tell you.
Undertaking that this involves having to go literally house by house or building by.
They corrected themselves. Oh, okay.
Building in Gaza to find
no
any of the.
Honestly, good. Respect. I appreciate if any of us, myself included, if we have wrong information and we are willing to go, you know what, I was wrong. Now I know.
Any of the hostages being held, the enormity of this project.
First of all, to go from building to building is impossible already, because there were many buildings still down, and I'm not sure that how many buildings were left, for example, in the neighborhood of Rimal.
No, everyone, I know a lot of people are talking about leftovers. You should go on Fear And. Yeah, I should go on Fear And have the conversation that is not going to be had tomorrow. There's been a lot of drama happening on the platform, on Twitter. And it is a back and forth between Ethan Klein, who is one of the co-hosts of Leftovers, as well as Frogan. That is what has been happening if you're not sure what's going on. Excuse me, X. Yeah. And so that's why people are saying that tomorrow's Leftovers, I don't know. Everyone's got an opinion on how it's going to go down, but especially in light of what happened today. And I'm not going to get into all of it because I don't want to get off topic right now. But yes, it is a shame. It is an absolute shame.
To find the hostages alive, really, it's nice for all kind of Hollywood films. I don't see it happening, for sure not with this army, with its capabilities, as we were witnessing it only on Saturday. The invasion into Gaza
also, to be clear, I support Frogan,
goals,
of course.
Namely to put an end to the rule of Hamas. And this is another impossible mission, because you can kill the current top people of Hamas. You cannot kill the ideology of Hamas, and they will always be replaced. Ground operation now is supported almost by all Israelis, because Israelis understand that we have to do something after this embarrassment, after this catastrophe. But in the same time, I must tell you, I can assure you that if Israel will go now for a ground operation, it will take a few weeks or maybe a few months. It will take so much blood of both Palestinians and Israelis, mainly Palestinians, obviously. And
yeah, I mean, I think it's important to look at footage like this to aid in our understanding that Palestinians are human, and they are just they are seeing their family members killed. They are seeing their children killed. They're seeing, they are not able to go to hospitals. They're not able to get medical assistance. They don't have water. They don't have food. It's it feels like all these years of being taught about the Holocaust, the only thing that was learned was that disagreeing with Israel or Jewish people is anti-Semitic, which is incorrect, yes. Instead of learning the signs to prevent regimes like Nazi Germany, we learned that Israel can't be wrong. We're blind to history repeating itself. Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely a lot of guilt over the persecution that Jews faced, not only during the Holocaust and, the extermination that they were facing, and 6 million Jews who were murdered, but the persecution of Jews throughout the centuries. And it's why, like, this is such a this is something that people feel like they have to tiptoe around, even though Jews themselves say, Israel does not equal what we believe in. We do not support our government and the actions of our government. We do not agree with the violent Zionism that has been a part of that was the founding of our nation. And to say that is not anti-Semitic, and in fact, it is anti-Semitic to conflate the two.
By the end of this operation, you will invite me again to Democracy Now!, and you will see that we are standing exactly in the place that we stood 1 week ago. Because as long as Israel continues to believe that Gaza, the problem of Gaza, will be solved by the sword, solved by brutal force, by emotions of revenge, justified emotions, then we will get exactly to the same place.
Yes.
This vicious circle will not be solved by power, not be solved by tanks, and will it be solved by troops, only by a political agreement, and above all, and first of all, lifting this criminal siege, for God's sake, after 17 years.
Yes.
This siege was about to guarantee the security of Israel. So what happened out of the siege, except of the suffer of unbelievable, inhuman suffer of 2 million people? What did it contribute to the security of Israel, this siege? You see the outcome.
We just have less than a minute, Gideon. I wanted to ask you the difference of the cry, the call of the families of the hostages, of older people, of young people, of children, the family members, one after another, talking about being, for example, a peace activist and saying, please use restraint. And the contrast between that and President Biden, as he addressed the nation yesterday, deciding consciously, and in the readout of his conversation with Netanyahu a few minutes before he spoke, saying they did not call for restraint. Your response, how important is the President of the United States position?
Biden's speech was absolutely a disgrace. It was shameful. It was disgusting.
Here. We have less than a minute.
In less than a minute, I can tell you, Amy, that last night when I was watching President Biden, I really envied you, Americans, that you have such a leader. I never thought so before last night. But last night, Biden was a real leader, someone that you can trust because he was a...
Wait a sec. Did I see a different speech?
Extremely sincere and someone that you can rely on. If Netanyahu would have taken the same speech, he wouldn't be Netanyahu. Netanyahu is busy with politics, and here comes this Biden and tells Israel what Israel wanted to hear. I would love him also to say some things about the Palestinian suffering, the Palestinian agony. He ignored it totally, and this is very...
Yeah, okay, I think he's praising him for the mere fact that he addressed Palestinian agony, as he just said, the loss of Palestinian life. But Gideon, my man's, listen, still love you, still love the work you're doing. But Joe Biden is he is not a friend to Palestine. He, like many leaders before him, have sent billions in military aid to Israel that is actively contributing to this apartheid. The U.S., which includes the president, which is Joe Biden, is an active player in the continued ethnic cleansing that Palestinians are experiencing. The speech was, yeah, I mean, the speech was very American, for sure. It was very Biden. And it was, when I say that, I mean, I was not surprised by what his his statements were. But we need to be so clear that the U.S. is pro-imperialism, and they assist their allies in carrying out their imperialistic playbook. Bruh, Joe Robinette Biden should barely even talk through the freaking speech. Gideon is coming from his frame of reference being on. Yes, I understand that. Yes, yes, I'm not like, yo, cancel Gideon. I understand that Benjamin Netanyahu is so obviously villainous and is one of the worst living fascist leaders at this time. And so in contrast to Joe Biden, yeah, Joe Biden is by appearances better and gave a better speech, but the bar is the bar is so far down. Okay, the bar is encouraging genocide. That's the bar. The bar is being pro-genocide. So anybody who's above that is going to come across as better.
Regretful. But by the end of the day, this is what Israel needs now, some kind of leadership, and it totally lacks it.
The bar is in hell.
Nobody is around really to understand that we have to go for a new way. Nobody is there.
Gideon Levy, we want to thank you for being with us, an award-winning Israeli journalist and author, columnist for the newspaper Haaretz, a member of its editorial.
Okay, I want to read this piece. I will link it here. Yeah, Netanyahu was born in Tel Aviv, but he grew up in Philadelphia, which is a common story for Israeli settlers. You know, grew up in places like Brooklyn and are returning home. Joe didn't call Palestinians animals. That's quite revolutionary and brave. Yeah, I mean, that's basically the truth of it. Yeah, home, quotes. Okay, so this is a piece by Abdallah Fayyad from the Boston Globe staff. And I think it's really important when we see, when there are opinion pieces or there are clips from mainstream media that are in the minority of being pro-Palestine, like, to make sure that we share those, because overwhelmingly what's happening is media that is by and large pro-Israel. So, I mean, I saw some clips from Nicole What's-Her-Face on, what is she on, CNN, MSNBC? Oh my God. It just, the irresponsibility of these journalists to be repeating information that has not been verified, and also information that has been debunked. And they're just sharing it on their platforms that millions of people tune into. All right, the cycle of violence starts with the Israeli occupation. Hamas's attack was as shocking as it was tragic, but it doesn't justify what Israel is doing. I grew up in Jerusalem during the Second Intifada, a Palestinian uprising that was sparked after Israeli riot police violently squashed a protest to a visit made to the Al-Aqsa compound by the Israeli opposition leader in late 2000. His stunt was intended to provoke. He brought with him hundreds of Israeli police officers in riot gear to strut along one of the holiest Muslim sites and one of the most symbolic for Palestinians, a place that the State of Israel has long wanted to claim because it is also the holiest site in Judaism. The Intifada lasted until 2005, and in that period, violent outbreaks were commonplace. There's a memory that I have from that time when I was 8. It's of a bomb that was detonated outside my school around homeroom time. I remember hearing that the suicide bomber's head had rolled onto the playground at the school down the street. I remember feeling both disgusted and confused, though I know now that as a kid I couldn't fully understand what had happened. Still, despite that innocence of youth, I also remember feeling anxious about dealing with Israeli soldiers in the bombing's aftermath. The Israeli military viewed me like it viewed any Palestinian, a suicide bomber in the making, not an 8-year-old boy. I may not have feared for my life as a kid. Death, fortunately, was still too abstract. But I remember feeling my heart rate go up whenever I saw an Israeli soldier. After all, crossing checkpoints on a daily basis, often facing harassment from soldiers, was so dehumanizing that even a child could recognize it for what it was: violating, disempowering, and engaging all at once. Life for Palestinians has only gotten worse since those days. Israel completed its construction of the wall that separated East Jerusalem from the rest of the West Bank, decimating our neighborhoods and further restricting our movements, which, by the way, is so fucking illegal. Thousands upon thousands of Palestinians, many of them children, were killed by the Israeli military, and Gaza was put under a blockade, becoming, as it is to this day, an open-air prison for over 2 million residents who have no way out, as well as the site of some of the most harrowing war crimes Israel has reportedly committed. This is a picture with the caption from 2006, a Palestinian boy drank the last drop of water from a can before filling it at a water distribution point in the southern Gaza Strip town of Yan Kunis. Palestinians had been facing shortages of essential items in the Gaza Strip since the Israeli army began a military operation after an Israeli soldier was captured in an attack on a border outpost in Israel by Palestinian militants. As a child, I was thinking about that period of my life because it encapsulates what I've now seen play out repeatedly. Whenever there's an eruption of violence, Israel will use it as an excuse to make Palestinian life considerably more miserable. And that's exactly what's happening now, after Hamas launched a massive attack that took Israel by surprise on Saturday. Breaching the border that has besieged Gaza for over a decade, the Palestinian militant group carried out a brutal operation that killed over 1,000 people, including both military personnel and civilians, and resulted in as many as 150 people being taken hostage. The attack was unprecedented in scale, the deadliest day for Israelis since their country's founding. Israel swiftly responded by again pummeling Gaza, launching airstrikes that have brought down residential buildings, mosques, and markets. As of Wednesday, over 1,000 Palestinians, including civilians, many of whom are children, have been killed. Some 200,000 have been displaced. Israel announced a full-scale siege on Gaza, effectively shutting off access to basic human needs like food, water, and electricity. According to the Israeli newspaper Haaretz, a spokesperson for the Israeli army said that its military campaign in Gaza, one of the most densely populated places on earth, is focused on creating damage, quote, creating damage and not on accuracy. As in years past, Israel and its allies have justified this display of brute force by invoking Israel's right to defend itself after what many officials deemed an unprovoked attack by Hamas. But there are two major flaws in that rationalization for such harsh collective punishment. First, while Hamas's tactic of killing and capturing innocent civilians, including children, constitutes a war crime, a fate, to be clear, that no innocent civilians deserve, the notion that it was unprovoked is devoid of any reality. We Palestinians have also lost our mothers, our brothers, our sisters, and our fathers in gruesome fashion. We, too, have innocent men, women, and children illegally detained, thousands of them. Ignoring those facts suggests that the kind of violence Palestinians routinely face under the status quo, a kind of terror that is often not unlike the horrors Israelis experienced on Saturday, somehow doesn't count as violence at all. Second, the oft-repeated talking point that Israel has a right to defend itself does not rest on solid legal ground when it comes to Israel's war on Palestinians. Remember, this isn't a war among equals. Israel is the occupying power. By denying Palestinians their right to self-determination and sovereignty, Israel can't claim that its military actions in Gaza, past or present, are an act of self-defense, especially given the scale of civilian harm that inevitably comes with them. Let me just read that again. Israel can't claim that its military actions in Gaza, past or present, are an act of self-defense, especially given the scale of civilian harm that inevitably comes with them. To the contrary, indiscriminately shelling Palestinian territory and maintaining the occupation actually violates international law on multiple fronts. That is true. Hudsonizer, thank you for the prime. The reason I raise those 2 points is because as people continue to call for an end to this so-called cycle of violence, they must acknowledge the root cause of it. Not attacks by Palestinians, but the seemingly perpetual Israeli occupation. The status quo is not peaceful, and every day that Palestinians live under occupation is an unjustifiably inhumane one. Ironically, some of my fondest memories of life in Palestine are from Gaza, the only seashore we could call our own. I would spend weekends collecting seashells with my siblings, playing foosball, and eating what I still think is some of the best seafood I've ever had. I haven't been back since the blockade began, but the Gaza I remember is now just that, a memory that kids today wouldn't recognize. I feared Israeli soldiers back then. I still do. But the occupation that made me fear them is nothing compared to the tragedies that Palestinian kids today have lived through in Gaza. It's they and their families who will face the brunt of Israel's military campaign. And that, in the end, is where this cycle of violence begins. Not with a single attack, but by slowly and methodically, over the course of generations, vanquishing all hope among innocent people who have never known freedom. Yeah, I found this to be a very powerful piece, and one that, again, I don't know how you read words like this and you do not feel empathy for the Palestinian plight. I don't know how you cannot stand up for the freedom of these people. And words are so powerful. Words can be very dangerous, but they can also be very illuminating and enlightening. And I think that these are words that it's hard to read them, it's hard to hear them, and not want these Palestinian people to be free. I mean, it's so simple. I think people care, but not that much. You know, it's sad. Yeah, I mean, I think most people operate on a conscious choice of ignorance. Like, I think to an extent, most people, they don't want to know. I think at the end of the day, they don't want to know, because as we said earlier in our conversation of like, how do you consume this information, this history, and not fall into a deep depression? Because it is hard not to feel so dire and so empty, and to look at the world as a bad place when you learn about stuff like this. But I think that there is strength in knowledge, and there's power in knowledge. Okay. So the celebrity posts continue. The celebrity posts continue. And they just keep getting dumber, because Justin Bieber posted this. And this is a picture of Gaza. It's giving Jamie Lee. I have a genuine this is an honest question, and I don't have an answer. Can you teach empathy? I think you can try, but I think for people to ultimately care, that has to be a decision that they make. I do think that most people, when they are fully illuminated, when they are awakened, it's hard to go back. You have to actively choose to close your eyes again and to try and go back to that peaceful, blissful ignorance. But I think that there are genuinely people who do not view all humans as equal. And I think when you don't on a basic level view humans as deserving of, as all deserving of rights and freedom, then yes, you will not have empathy. I think sometimes it's also to avoid change and to preserve the view of the world that grants you privilege and you built your personality on. I think this is common among liberals. Absolutely. Textbook shit. Okay, so Justin Bieber posted this. The celebrity posts have been so stupid and just so woefully ignorant. This is, as I said, a picture of Gaza that has, as you can see, is in the aftermath of the Israeli airstrikes. So here's the pic, and Justin Bieber, like a lot of people are doing, are just hitting click, share, copy, paste. But the problem is that Justin Bieber has what, 200 million Instagram followers? Impressionable people? Like, how many times does this get shared after somebody like Justin Bieber shares it? That's the problem here. Is that these celebrities, I don't expect them to know what's going on, because I really just think that it's rare for a celebrity to genuinely be informed on things, because what does it matter for them? But this is so gravely irresponsible because of how many people then, like I know people who are Justin Bieber fans who follow Justin Bieber who will like click and share. And the thing is that even if they're presented with the information that, like, by the way, that's not Israel, that's Gaza, they wouldn't take it down. And Justin posted this then. Praying for Israel, which is taking a side. And it's funny because then he went on to write this. Oh, wait, which one came first? I don't know. I can't tell which came first. These are screenshots. But truly hurting for both my Israeli and Palestinian friends. I'm pretty sure we all instinctively know evil when we see it. Do we, Justin? Do we? Do we? Because I'm not seeing any liberate Palestine here. To villainize, God, the spelling. To villainize all Palestinians or all Israeli people, to me, seems wrong. I'm not interested in choosing sides. Again. Oh, we'll get to Noah, don't worry. Again, yes, you are. You are choosing a side. To be pro-Israel, which is like what they're, the posts that they're liking, the posts that they're sharing, and subsequently to not say anything about Palestinian liberation is choosing a side. And also, what do you mean you're not interested in choosing sides? This isn't like, do you think the dress is gold or do you think the dress is blue? The sides here are, do you think that one power should be allowed to continue occupying another one? Those are the sides. Do you think that one nation should be allowed to continue a violent apartheid regime of a group of people who do not have recognized statehood? Like, the sides are the oppressed or the oppressor? Yes. Those are the sides. Like, what? But I am interested in standing with the families who have been brutally taken from us. Okay. All right, J Beebs. Okay. Thank you so much for your contributions. Now, this takes it a step further. Oh. Noah Schnapp of Stranger Things shared a lengthy statement on Israel and Palestine. You either stand with Israel or you stand with terrorism. It shouldn't be a difficult choice. Shame on you. There is something so unbelievably cruel and frankly evil about eliciting shame on people who, contrary to what Noah says here, are not standing with terrorism, but are standing against oppression, are standing against genocidal apartheid. So that is deserving of shame. You are going to sit here in your place of privilege, of wealth, of fame, with the enormous platform that you have, and you are going to reduce Palestinians who have been occupied for 75 plus years to terrorism. My boy, he needs to go back to the upside down. Yeah. And the thing that sucks is that because of how staunchly pro-Israel, the pro-Israel sentiments that are coming out of Hollywood and out of the White House, he will be fine. He'll be he'll be cherished for this. He's being applauded for this. That's what sucks. That's what, the double standard that we keep talking about. NRRV, thank you for the prime. Compare this to Gigi Hadid's post. Gigi had to find a way to say free Palestine and not be painted as an anti-Semite, and this guy just said fuck Palestine. Yes, 1,000%. We looked at Gigi Hadid's post yesterday, but the stark difference in what Gigi Hadid, whose father was violently displaced from his home, and that is what, like, those are the stories that Gigi and Bella have grown up with. The pain that was inflicted upon their family and the care that Gigi Hadid had to apply to her statement, knowing that she is one of the sole pro-Palestinian voices in the celebrity sphere. Okay, so let me go back to Noah's post so we can read the whole thing and get angry. As a Jewish American, I am afraid. Afraid for my brothers and sisters in Israel who have been senselessly attacked by Hamas. I am truly heartbroken to see the brutal murders of innocent children, women, and soldiers fighting to defend themselves. Soldiers fighting to defend themselves? We talking about the IDF? We talking about the motherfucking IDF? Innocent soldiers fighting to defend themselves. We're talking about the motherfucking IDF. I just want to say in the first place, IDF or not, we can never say innocent soldiers. Like, just without nuance, okay? How do you group children, women, and soldiers under the same category of innocence? I, like others, want peace for both Palestinians and Israelis. Let's stop the rhetoric and choosing sides. The absolute irony of Noah Schnapp saying, let's stop the rhetoric and choosing sides, when this is what he also wrote. You either stand with Israel or you stand with terrorism. It shouldn't be a difficult choice. My guy, do you not understand how you saying that is in direct contrast to you saying, let's stop the rhetoric and choosing sides? Instead, we must recognize that we are all on the side of the fight against terrorism. Choose humanity over violence. Oh, okay. So to be clear, Noah Schnapp thinks that it's not choosing sides to be pro-Israel, because that is the only correct answer here. That is the only way that Palestinians will no longer face death. That is the only way that Palestinians will no longer be brutalized, is to side with Israel. Huh? RJ, thank you for the bits. Did you know that in the movie Abe, Noah Schnapp played a half Palestinian? Yo, I've seen that movie. Wait a second. And then hold on. I remember this movie because it was so lived up. A 12-year-old boy from Brooklyn tries to unite his half Israeli and half Palestinian family through cooking. He cooked food to create peace with both sides of his family. Holy shit. I completely forgot about this film. And the fact that Noah Schnapp, I don't give a fuck. He solved 75 years of war crimes, of one-sided oppression through his cooking. It's giving Pepsi. It's giving Kendall Jenner. God, I love liberals, man. Absolutely incredible. This story has 5 writers credited to it. I'm going to guess that not a single one of these writers is actually Palestinian. I'm just gonna guess that right now. God. So yes, that's a movie that Noah Schnapp was in 2019. Check the IMDb score. Okay, let's look. The IMDb score, let me take it off dark mode. Next movie night. Oh my God, kill me. It has a 6.3 out of 10. Let me read some comments. Or some ratings, I mean. Are there no ratings? Excuse me. Okay, let me go to Rotten Tomatoes. I gotta see what people have to say. Cave Bats of Ware, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you. All right. With a more streamlined script, is a positive one, or even fewer characters and more developed relationships, Abe could have made a real impact. As it stands, there's too many cooks in the kitchen. Oh, sorry, that was a negative one. Here's a positive one. A great measure of Abe's success is that it made me hungry. More than that, it's the first movie in quite some time to make me smile. Abe is one of those movies that come on unheralded and leave you in a state of pleasant surprise. I'd like to see someone who's Palestinian. I'd like to see their review on it. The more subtle touches, like the insistence on intimate, handheld camera shots throughout the film, work well to pull us into the child's perspective. Abe is an emotionally genuine movie that's worth seeking out if you like stories about people chasing their dreams despite dealing with a lot of personal turmoil. Oh, personal turmoil. Oh, that's an interesting way to put it. I'm a big fan of this movie. The story feels so right for what's happening now with the COVID-19 virus and images we see of New York. Oh. Okay. Keep up the fash exposure, always. Thank you for the 10. Abe is an enjoyable and endearing film, only made more so by the mouth-watering food and the charming acting of Noah Schnapp, who really seems to come into his own. Here, this will be helpful. if we watched the trailer.
Food. Some kids like cars, expensive clothes, selfies, money. I found out I enjoy food.
You know who doesn't have enough food? Kids in Gaza.
You are a Jew from your mother.
He is a Muslim because of his father.
I'm sorry. Is atheism matrilineal or patrilineal?
My name is Abraham Solomon Ode. Some people call me Avraham, some people call me Ibrahim. I prefer Abe.
Happy birthday,
What are you doing?
I can help you guys out.
You don't need help. Go home.
Oh yeah, I forgot there's like an old black guy who's like a father figure for him. Just a wise old black man.
I wish I could cook something
Zia, thank you for the 2 months.
that brings people together like
Classic.
you do. I was wondering if you could teach me.
I could use some help.
I want to do the bar mitzvah. And I'll go to mosque and I can do both things.
It's a big mess.
Why don't Muslims drink wine?
Alcohol dulls the intellect. Haven't you noticed that in your father?
But that's not the way it is. That's not the way we
It's a ramen taco. It's a taco with ramen noodles.
Terrible. You are mixing fusion with confusion.
Calling falafel the national food is another way Israel
Zed, thank you for the tier 1. Raystar, thank you for the 6 months.
It was a mistake bringing a child into your messy life.
That's just the way it is. That's just the way we live. This is the time of my
No one understands what I'm going through.
Maybe your generation can find some kind of peace. I hope.
The thing
choose your
is,
family, kid.
the thing is, from what I remember of this movie, is that it doesn't actually address like the true history of Palestine and Israel, because it's a lived up Hollywood film, you know? And the idea is like, oh, Muslims, Palestinians, Jews, etc., they don't get along, okay? There's just centuries of bad blood between them. And here's a kid who is from an Israeli-Palestinian family and has to figure out a way to bring his family together. And he does that through food. Only address, yes, I mean, come on. Would you expect this movie to do anything else? So where was I? Yes, here I was. Okay, I can't tell which slide comes next. I think it's okay. I just reposted a beautiful picture of a young innocent girl whose life was taken by Hamas at a music festival. I was met with comments reading, "No one cares, free Palestine." And she deserves that, and every Israeli terrorist deserves that. Free Palestine. I'm outraged by the justification and celebration of the death of a young girl's life. So the problem with this is that you are like straw manning it. You are taking a few comments and turning that then into your entire reason for what you are posting. I would like to confirm the veracity of those claims. Yes, I mean, I don't know. If you go on Instagram, I'm sure it's still up. I also think like I think a few people have said this, and there is something that is really there's something that like almost makes me disassociate to know that there was a rave happening to the biggest concentration camp in the world. And I, you know, that I am sad at the kids who were killed at this rave. But my question is like, what is it that they are missing to understand that where they were was next to a concentration camp? It'd be like if German kids, German teens, 20-year-olds, I don't know how old they were, but if they went to a rave that was next to Auschwitz. Do you know what I'm saying? Where like there is a disconnect there. Why did that happen in the first place? Why would the event planners allow that? Why would the government allow that? They are next to the largest concentration camp where there is constantly violence occurring. There are airstrikes that are happening by their own government. Like, why would you even put them in proximity to that? Is it really honest to compare those two? 1,000%. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 2 million people who are locked under blockades in Gaza and who are systematically killed, imprisoned. Their food, water, medicine, lives are controlled. This is not victim blaming. Shut the fuck up. No, I've been too patient. I've been too thoughtful. Shush. Shush. Listen to what I am saying. If you cannot see the irresponsibility and how disgusting it is for the Israeli government, for the people who threw this event, to throw this right next to the southern border wall of Gaza, where 2 million people, 2 million Palestinians, 43.5% of whom are children, have been imprisoned since 2007.
Pop off queen.
Ranting you, thank you for the 5 months. I would be saying the exact same thing if this were, if this happened here in America, where we had a situation like this. I'm scared to mention that, but you're right. I understand that that is a hard point to try and make because people will just jump to, oh, so you think that these victims deserved it. Did I ever say that? No. But do I need to point out the fact that is absolutely insane that this was happening next to a concentration camp? Next to the world's largest open air prison. Do you not understand like the disconnect? Oh, but you so you support terrorism. So you wanted those kids to be killed. You're fine with the ravers being murdered. No. Shut the fuck up. But that is wild. Yes, if you're referencing the fact that like this is what it was. Yes, it's exhausting. Okay, anyway, back to this fucking statement. Not sure he posts this beautiful. He might have put it on his Instagram story. Have people lost their minds? Stop. This is one example of many posts, rallies, and petitions being signed attempting to justify the brutality against these innocent Israeli people. You don't have to be Jewish. You don't have to be Israeli. You just have to have empathy and common sense to know this is wrong. So, again, the one-sidedness of this, right? Every single post that's like this, it's like you have been silent in the past and now on the Palestinians who have been killed, on your government that you support, who is currently blowing up hospitals and universities and residential buildings and schools, like, children's schools and mosques. Okay, all right, sure. But please take the high ground on this. Please act as if everyone else is who is devoid of empathy. Please act as if everyone else is who is wrong with this world. I have also noticed a silence in social media like never seen before. The same people who love to jump on fashionable causes like supporting Ukraine and combating climate change have been chillingly quiet. Oh my guy. The same people who love to jump on fashionable causes like supporting Ukraine and combating climate change have been chilling quiet. Okay, so let me explain this, right? So first of all, there has not been a silence on social media when it comes to the support that you are advocating for. However, the ones who are quiet are probably being quiet because A, they are terrified of saying anything, knowing and seeing others who are getting painted as terrorist lovers, who are being painted as anti-Semitic, as inhumane, as monsters. Do you think that peers of yours who are not so blindly Zionist as you are excited to post something knowing that this is what the common sentiment is right now? It says the event was switched to the location 2 days before the attack. That's unfortunate. It's terrible. My dad's been totally turned against Palestine, believes the Palestinians want the terrorism. Oof, boy. Okay, so again, Noah, the irony in you saying, oh, you support Ukraine, which I'm assuming you do as well. Also, combating climate change, okay. And yet you won't say anything about the Palestinians under occupation. All right. The Jewish people are seeing your silence, and we won't forget it. 40 babies oh my God, this fucking 40 babies thing. Jesus Christ. I hope we can agree. Also, some people put in chat, they're like, did you see that Joe Biden, they had to retract the statement saying that Joe Biden saw the photos? I hope we can agree that Hamas are a recognized terrorist organization. They don't represent the Palestinian people when they value murdering Israelis more than protecting their own. This statement is honestly just so... Oh my God, this fucking kid. You either stand with Israel or you stand with terrorism. It shouldn't be a difficult choice. Shame on you. Cranko, thank you for the 5 months. While you justify the murders and torture of our loved ones, we will hope and pray for safety, justice, liberation, and self-determination in Palestine. My guy, what? What? He doesn't even know what those words mean. Does he know what? What? What are you fucking saying? What do you mean we will hope and pray for safety, justice, liberation, and self-determination in Palestine? You can't have that when you are saying this. Like, what? While you chant gas the Jews, we will say a Jewish prayer for peace for all Israelis and Palestinians. A reminder that we, the Jewish people, with our love for each other and others, are stronger than your hatred. We are strong. We are compassionate. We have prevailed before, and we will prevail again. Bro, while you chant gas the Jews, why is he saying this like this is a common thing that's being stated? And I'd like to point out, because of course there have been awful, evil people, like individuals who have said very gross anti-Semitic things, okay? But on the flip side, I don't know if you guys saw videos coming out of the pro-Israel rally and march in New York, but it was the same shit, but it was Israeli Jews calling for the extermination and genocide of Palestine. They're like, yes, we want genocide. Same individuals as well. I'm not saying, like, I would never, ever, ever be like, Israeli Jews want genocide. But in the same way where you are taking like one, maybe two examples of videos that you've seen go viral on Twitter, but you're not also applying it to the other side, okay? And I condemn both of those as any fucking normal brained person would. You know what this is? This is a way to be the victims in this situation. And like we said earlier, it's tough because to criticize this, to call that what it is then to be labeled an anti-Semite and to have people direct you to things like the Holocaust, okay? To centuries of persecution of Jews, which is so disingenuous because in this situation of Israel versus Palestine, Israel is not the victim. Israel, Jewish Americans in this instance, they are not the ones who are the victims in this situation. But we're not allowed to provide that distinction. We're not allowed to talk about that. We're not allowed to say that that's what it is. Noah Schnapp starting off and saying, as a Jewish American, I am afraid. Let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. What is happening now is not a religious war via Palestine's intents, okay? This started off as a land seizure, as displacement and dispossession, all right? And now Zionists were doing so from a religious, conviction. But what's happening now has nothing to do with religion as it concerns the attack on Israel. And so when Jewish Americans are like, I'm afraid, when the mayor of Canada is like, we are making sure that we have protection at Jewish mosques, like we are making sure that we are putting in place, precautions to ensure the safety of Jews in our community. It's like what you're doing with that is saying that Palestine and Palestinian allies are going to target you because of their anti-Semitism, that they are going to enact violence on you because they hate you for being Jewish. And that's not the case. Okay? The Palestinian cause for liberation has nothing to do with being anti-Semitic. Being pro-Palestine does not mean that you are anti-Semitism. And I feel like a broken fucking record when I already know what the counter to that is and be like, oh yeah, well there are terrorists who hate Jews. Of course. Okay? And there's Jews who hate fucking Muslims. They hate Palestinians because of their religion, because of who, it's like, come on, stop it. Jesus Christ. That is so disingenuous. And I know, like, the people who are hanging out in here right now are not the ones who are saying that, but I'm telling you, like, periodically people will pop in, or this is what they'll say on Twitter. And that is what is happening here, is equating pro-Palestine, the pro-Palestine movement, with terrorism and with anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism doesn't equal anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism, there are literally anti-Zionist Jewish people. Yes, there are many of them. I've been having conversations with many of my anti-Zionist Jewish friends who are saying things like this. Who are saying things like, I'm not okay. I don't even know what to say I want liberation for Palestine. It's the only solution. Israelis have been protesting in the streets. We should not be defined by the worst of us. The Israeli government, Hamas, do not define the populations. And to turn off power and water to Gaza, what is that going to do? If I can shed some light on this issue of young Jewish people being so strongly Zionist, we're taught in Hebrew school and by our parents that Israel is the only safe place for us. Yes. And every other country wants to exterminate us. It's very hard to break out of that way of thinking since we grow up having it ingrained in our brains. Yes, and I do have a level of understanding and empathy, and it makes me really sad because I know that there are Jews who have broken out of that, who have been, who have erased the brainwashing, but there's a lot who have only become more ingrained in it, and especially like taking a taking a what's it called, birthright pilgrimage, where Israel pays for it and you're welcomed home and it's beautiful, and there, it kind of is like further indoctrinating you into the no, I think it literally is called Emma? Birthright Israel. Yes, it's called Birthright Israel. A raid from Emma Langevin? Holy moly. She back on stream? Poggers. What a fun welcome raid. What was she playing? Valo? It's called Birthright. I did it when I was younger. Yeah. That's what I was trying to come up with. Hello, everybody. I hope that you are having a fabulous day, night, wherever you are in the world. Congrats on the writer's strike getting a deal. Thank you. I hope you had a fun time with one of my favorite people, Emma Langevin. To my community, if you don't know Emma, she is one of the coolest people, and she also looks awesome. Like her style, her hair, her makeup, she slays all day, every day. So anyway, to everybody just getting in here, we have been extensively covering Israel and Palestine over the last couple days, including today. We're going to look at a couple more things, and then I am going to switch over, take a look at other news that's happening in the world, particularly entertainment news, which is usually my B&B, and then we will... we're not talking about anything particularly heavy. And then we will switch over to doing some fun reacts to decompress, because this is a lot of information. It's been very heavy. There's been a lot of emotions on the internet the last couple days. So, all right, Israel. Okay, let me pull up this. So this is just an instance of what I've been talking about with with Israel targeting places like universities in the name of wiping out Hamas. So this is the Islamic University of Gaza that was bombed to the ground by Israeli army. International law allows Israel to respond by cutting the supply, which international law allows Israel to respond by cutting the supply of food, water, and power to civilian population and destroying their educational institutions. Here is footage of that happening. Yeah, so something that if you feel that you are lacking in the historical context of Israel and Palestine, something that you can understand right now is that the response of Israel to the attack by Hamas a few days ago, their response is wholly illegal, okay? Because what they are doing is that they are targeting civilians. They are committing war crimes in targeting civilians and killing children. and they are cutting off food, power, and water. There is no electricity currently in Gaza. And so the actions that they have taken are what's disproportionate. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Yes. Very, very disproportionate. And it is being championed and supported by most of the world, including the US, who are, who have backed Israel for years and are saying that Israel has the right to defend themselves. But the question is this self-defense? Is the targeting of civilians? Is the leveling of Gaza? Is the cutting off these necessary, these necessary things like electricity, food, water, is that self-defense? Is that Israel's right to collectively punish 2 million Gazans, who already have been in prison since 2007? Yes, and a disproportionate response is Israel's policy. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. 60% of Gaza's children are 18 years old, yes, and 43.5% are under the age of 14. And the median age in Gaza is 18, which is lower, much lower than surrounding areas. It's one of the lowest in the world. And that is because the life expectancy is lower in Gaza due to the dire conditions that the people there live under. Seems like they just want to wipe Gaza out. Bingo. I mean, that's the shit that they're saying. In 2009, Israel bombed Gaza over several days, killing over 1,300 people, including 460 children. I don't remember anyone talking about that then. But, today it's like, oh, yeah, there's sorry, I'm losing my words right now. I'm losing my words because my brain has been firing on all cylinders. Anyway, the BBC refused to broadcast the Disasters Emergency Committee's appeal for aid to Gaza. This was Tony Benn's response live on air.
He won't broadcast the appeal. I'm going to do it myself. Anyone who wants to contribute, I'm going to do that. And I'm sorry, you're not going to stop me. You're not going to stop me. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. The Disaster Emergency Committee Gaza Crisis is available at P.O. Box 999, London, EC3A 3AA. And I know from the BBC, because I've been here most of the morning, nobody here agrees with what the BBC have done.
This guy's such a giga, Chad.
1,330 people have been killed, 460 children, 5,480 casualties. And the reason the BBC have done it is very simple. The Israeli government objected.
Well, the BBC would disagree with you, and you did hear the line from management there that it's a question of raising impartiality.
Fucking
the public
BBC.
will be concerned. And the other issue, of course, will the aid actually get to the people
Well,
who need
if you're telling me that if I send money to Gaza, the BBC's impartiality, I'm sorry, I'm a human being.
If you send money to Gaza, though, through an appeal, can you be sure that it will get to the people who
in a war
want it and who
situation,
need it?
the Israelis have killed 1,000.
Now she's like, well, okay, fine, but if you send money, how do you know they're even going to get it? It's like, you keep moving the goalpost, bitch. All right, fuck off.
330 people. Now, Livni, the Israeli foreign minister, said there is no humanitarian crisis. Now, be clear. The Israelis objected to the BBC. That's the reason. I've never met anyone, and I've done masses of meetings, I've never met anyone who doesn't think we should give aid to Gaza.
What about the other broadcasters who are also not showing it, though?
Well, they're wrong as well. But you
too.
see, we are human beings. I know you work for the BBC and I'm a pensioner. We're people. If you saw children dying as they are today in Gaza because there's no food, wouldn't you want to send it?
We have shown what's been happening in Gaza.
I know you've shown it, but I'm talking about trying to helping people.
She can't even answer the question. She's like, well, I mean, come on. We're showing what's happening. What more do you want us to do? He's like, would you send aid? Just like answer, human to human.
Yes, but surely people will see it and send the money anyway. What difference
They don't
does it
know the
make?
address, and that's it. P.O. Box 999, London EC3A 3AA. I'm doing what the BBC won't do.
And you did it earlier as well, and I think people now know what the address is.
It's just so, it's so depressing that this was 2009, okay? This was 2 years after the blockade on Gaza began. Israel bombed Gaza over the course of several days. 1,300 Gazans, including 460 children, were killed. It was one of the biggest losses of life in the the war of Israel against Palestine, the one-sided war here, where Israel is the aggressor. And yet the BBC said that they could not broadcast the appeal for aid to Gaza because of needing to be impartial. I wonder if the roles were reversed and Gaza had somehow bombed Israel, killed 1,300 people, 460 children. I wonder if that would have been the case as well. And it's depressing, though, because here we are, 14 years later, and we're still in this shit. We still see the way that the BBC and the US MSM, mainstream media, responds to the Palestinian crisis, the humanitarian crisis that these people are facing. And the fact that, like, the UN voted to try and cut off aid to Gazans who don't have enough medicine, who don't have water, who already didn't have enough, like 97% of the water wasn't potable. And now it's been fucking cut off. And they were going to cut off aid to these people who, like, are buried under rubble and can't get medical attention.
Can we look at the bigger picture, though, as well?
Yes, of course.
What about
They
targeting
can't
the
go
aid going to the
fishing.
people who need it? What about the possibility that it might go to Hamas, that it
Hamas
might
is the-
actually go to rearm?
Well, all right. Hamas is the elected government. In 2006, Hamas won the general election in Palestine. Jimmy Carter, the former American president, said that.
Yes, and who was the reason for that? Fucking Israel. Casey Tron was gushing over your response on Twitter. It's such a perfect take. Casey's a great example of someone who always advocates for human rights and for freedom, and yet was honest about the fact that she was not doing wall-to-wall coverage of something that she did not have enough of an understanding of, and that there are other streamers in the space where if you want to get that type of coverage, then she would direct you there. And I think that's a perfect way to handle it, because not every streamer should be expected to cover this stuff, right? Most streamers, I don't think we should expect at all. But doing what Casey did, which is to express her affinity, to express her support for Palestine with the enough of the research that she's done, enough of the information that she has consumed, but then to say if you want more wall-to-wall coverage, if you want to have a better understanding of this than what I can supply to you on just my own basic understanding, then here are streamers to follow. If you're still here, Emma, thanks for introducing me to this channel. It's always funny when I get a raid, and especially now because I'm doing pretty intensive political coverage. Usually I do political coverage, but not usually at this length. Like, this is my third or fourth day of covering, I think third day of covering Israel and Palestine. And whenever I get a raid, I'm like, oh boy, are we gonna have to deal with a new wave of people coming in and just having brain dead takes. Holy moly, Silver Pros. Holy schnickies. Thank you. Thank you so much for that 50 banger. Jesus Christ. Sheesh. What's your passion in the conflict beyond the obvious? I have always been very passionate about these kinds of things. I never used to have I didn't have a platform until this last year. And it was something that I always wanted because I am very steadfast in my beliefs of, humans deserving life and liberty and freedom and equality. And I've just always been politically involved, consumed politics, been on the side of social justice, et cetera, et cetera. So now that I do have a platform, it's something where I feel a responsibility, but also a privilege in being able to share information, to try and contextualize the news, to try and to create a space, to have a community for people who can come in every night and learn something or feel solidarity, and be safe from the absolute, just, I don't know, the pig-headedness and disgusting rhetoric that is what's found on places like Twitter. I mean, that happens in here too, but usually they get yeeted pretty immediately. So happy you have this platform now. Yes, as do I. And sometimes the pressure of feeling that responsibility weighs very heavily on me, and it's why I genuinely am so grateful for my friends who also do this and who help to shoulder that responsibility. I think, honestly, I was talking to Will, my boyfriend, last night. If you don't know who that is, Will Neff, you heard of him? And I said to him, I was like, this is one of the first times, since I'm still new to streaming, and it's not like I really watched Twitch before, but this is one of the first times that I have felt so much appreciation for Hassan. And Will's like, yeah, I mean, he fights the good fight. I was like, yes, but to cover this for hours and hours a day, and to have the largest stream, the largest political stream, and also just one of the largest streams in general. I mean, he's had 35,000 people tuning in every single day, relying on him for their coverage, or, not all of them want coverage from Hassan. A lot of them come in to be like, you fucking terrorist lover, you fucking terrorist piece of shit. But either way, it's an enormous undertaking. It's an enormous responsibility. And yet it is so important to have, it cannot be stated enough how important it is having someone like him with the size of the platform that he has. Like, let me tell you, okay, there's 2,000 plus people in here, and that can be a little overwhelming at times, but for the most part, I've gotten used to it. I've been able to handle it. I think to myself, like, times that by 16, times that by 17. And also the fact that, like, I'm in a lucky position where I have a very, words. Oh my fucking God, my brain. My community is like, somebody help me. Just start saying words. Words are hard. I can't think of the adjective that I want. My community is small. Okay, sorry. My community is robust. Okay, my community is robust, but it's not out of control big. Yeah. Oh, look at all these words. Yes. You're lucky you don't have as committed of a hater base. So that means, yes, I don't have as much of a hater base, and I'm also not the first person in line for the firing squad. So I'm lucky that I kind of, due to the fact that I am newer in this, and I am so much smaller, like, I kind of get to hide behind as Hassan gets lit up, even though that's not to say that I have not received my fair share of hate and have had some very scary moments. But when it comes to something like this, I know that the person who's going to be there front and center, who all these psychopaths are going to be like frothing at the mouth to, you know, stroke their hate boner and harass and, you know, post shit on Reddit, wherever. It's to Hassan, yeah. He does owe me $500 for random Hassan haters who come in here. And the thing is that we do, we normally do actually very different content because he is primarily politically based. Like the type of his content centered around politics, and I like to do a lot of pop culture, a lot of entertainment, and then, you know, of course politics, especially when there's a big political event like this. But so we are very different streamers, but I feel gratitude in covering something like this, knowing what his stances are, and knowing that he is going to talk about it for hours and hours a day. And honestly, it takes pressure off of me. Loose Rain, thank you for the gifted sub. So that was a long way of saying that I appreciate him. I appreciate Mike Denham's, Gremlo, everybody who has been speaking about this, because it takes pressure off of someone like me, knowing that other people are also doing the work. So I don't have to come into this and go, oh my God, it's just me. I'm responsible for being the streamer here who is going to be covering this, this enormous event, and one that dates back decades, and there's just so much to discuss. And it's something where, like, the responses have been so maniacal. So I'm happy to be in the position that I am, with the community that I have, to be the size that I am, where we are growing, but it's controllable, okay? Because at the end of the day, I don't want to be the biggest streamer. I don't really want to have a community that's past a certain size, because I like to feel still as if it's a community, you know? And it's not just this big giant glob. You're a breath of fresh air on the platform. I appreciate your coverage and your steadfast support. I'm very happy to be here to be providing this. Do you and Hassan disagree on anything? I mean, listen, if I'm gonna be 100p, I don't even know if I could answer that, because my political consumption, and therefore my my knowledge and my beliefs, is not all encompassing. Like, I don't have a take on everything, especially when it comes to foreign politics, because I don't consume that type of political information, because I just don't have it. Like, frankly, looking at everything that I consume and therefore cover, I don't have time right now to add that in. And it's just, so it'd be something where I'd kind of have to start on the ground learning and being like, all right, I got to sit down, I got to understand everything that's happening in Asia, and to have the type of knowledge on it in which I could engage in a discussion, in a debate. Read books, grows. And it's not to say that I'm like completely ignorant, but do you know what I mean? Where like you're not going to be well versed on every single thing. You're not going to be expert enough on every single political thing. And for me, I don't feel comfortable stating my opinions, and I don't feel comfortable debating if I don't have enough confidence in having thoroughly researched something enough. Even though there's a lot of people who don't give a shit about that, a lot of people who will just wholeheartedly and very loudly give their takes on something when they don't actually know anything about it. Knowing you don't know enough to have an opinion is a rare thing among Twitch streamers. Yeah, and that's why, like, Casey saying, here's what I will say, but as far as me being able to really have a thoughtful discussion here and provide commentary that you guys are looking for, I'm going to be honest and say I'm not the streamer to do that. And here are the streamers who I've seen talking about it. Please go to their streams. And I would do the same thing. Like, there are so many things that I would recommend people, like, go check out Mike from PA in the mornings, who just would have so much more knowledge on the matter. Libs care so deeply about things they legitimately don't understand at all. Yeah, and I think, again, it's hard to admit that you don't know enough about something, because then you will appear ignorant or you will appear stupid. But that's why you get people arguing about things and pretending to have a take on every single fucking thing, so that they don't have they don't get labeled that way as ignorant. What other streamers would you recommend? It depends on what you're looking for. Politics wise, streamers I've mentioned, Mike from PA, Denims, they're both morning streamers. Hassan, obviously. Graham Lowe, morning streamer. He's early morning streamer. If you just want like vibes, Tofu Ghost, yes. You guys, please throw them in the chat as well. I'm just going off of like who I'm personally friends with and whose streams that I've like been able to catch from time to time, and like what people who I know. But go ahead and throw in names of. But yeah, vibes, Nandre, Spooky, Extra M's, Will Neff. There's a lot of great vibes streamers. Yes, of course, Frogan. Frogan actually doesn't normally do political content. I think people think she does, but I think she did tonight because of everything that was going on. Wake Wilder's amazing. Wake will throw in political takes. Wake's super based. Mafia Jinx. Yeah, Mafia Jinx does politics as well. She does a variety of stuff. Seer, P-Chart. Yeah, listen, I feel awkward because now I'm like, I'm going to leave someone out, and this is obviously not like an all-encompassing list. Carter, yes, of course, Carter. Sandwich is great. Listen, just I just pop around, tune in here, tune in there. What advice do you have for people who want to become streamers? It's so tough, so definitely respect what you've accomplished. Okay, so if I'm being totally honest, Vio, fucking love Vio. If I'm being totally honest, to become a successful streamer now, I do believe you need proper connections. You need established streamers who will help to give you that initial lift that you need. And so whether it's like applying for one of Cutie's shows, doing streamer camp, stuff like that, any opportunity to have an advantage by working with by collabing with bigger streamers is really helpful. Like Ariana Jasmine as well. Yes. Yeah, you guys are all you're throwing in great names there. All good names. So please consult chat for the last 2 minutes if you're looking for other great streamers, both just vibes, good fun energy, and then also politics. OIG, thank you for the prime. So what I would say is, to become a streamer now, if you want to, let me be clear. If you want to stream for fun, go for it, okay? If you just want to play games, like have a little small community, go for it. But as far as like being able to do this full time, to be able to live off of streaming income, it's going to require having connections or being able to do collabs, like I mentioned, streamer camp, etc., in order to help give you that visibility, because it's just so competitive, it's so oversaturated. If I didn't have Will, if I didn't have that initial leg up, I don't know what would have happened. So that is incredibly helpful. It's not to say that it's a necessity or else you won't succeed, but it's like anything else, having an advantage that way is always going to be a good thing. And then also just like finding good finding your niche, having interesting content, having an interesting voice in the space, making sure that you are somebody who people want to come back and see, because that's ultimately the most important thing in growing as a streamer, is that you have to be somebody who people want to come back and watch. That's, you can only have so much of a leg up, but streaming, like, look at how many other streamers we just named. Some of them are live right now, and you guys are probably like, oh, okay, I'm gonna fuck off and go watch those guys. Well, the point is that there's so many streamers who stream at all hours of the day, and a lot of them are really great. And so you have to have you gotta have something. You gotta have a product, you gotta have content, you gotta have personality, something that's going to keep people coming back, keep people have them be excited for you to go live, to have that be a part of their day to day, something that they expect, like putting on a show. You watch Bachelor every Wednesday at 7, like that's what streams then become. So consistency, having good content. Malbird, thank you for the 7 months. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub to She Doesn't Love You. Loose Rain, thank you also for the gifted. Watching you cook with Beanans, that's so funny because I did that before I was even a streamer. Do you know that I don't think I've seen Beanans and Mike since that cooking stream. Which was really fun, and I really like both of them. You don't have to be hot, just be a Hassan Sam if you plan to have a camera. Yeah. I'm gonna offer bad advice to get noticed. Cutie said she doesn't get anyone sliding. I'm surprised she has her DMs open. I had my DMs open because I was ignorant, and then I had to close them when people started giving me death threats. So my DMs are permanently closed. Okay, let me see what else we have to finish up here. Oh, by the way, guys, you know how that post, that Gal Gadot post was going around where it seemed as if she was saying Israeli and Palestinian lives, like I pray for them both, blah, blah, blah. And initially she had posted very, very pro-Israel things because, of course, Gal Gadot is Israeli. She was former IDF. I was seeing reports that was fake. That the Instagram story that she posted after she had posted all these, Zionist pro-Israel statements was actually fake, which is hilarious that people faked an Instagram post that showcased Gal Gadot seeming to be, we should all be equal, and I'm sad for Palestine and Israel, and if you don't feel that way, then you're bad. Gal is a proud former IDF. Yes, she didn't just have to do it. Do you know what I wonder? I wonder how that former Taylor Swift fan account who was jailed because she didn't join the IDF. I wonder how she's doing. Has anybody seen anything from her? Yes, Gal Gadot was former IDF. Now here's the thing. Military service is mandatory. I think it's like 2 or 3 years in Israel. People do resist. People do refuse, and they are jailed. And that is what happened to, in a wild turn of events. That is what happened to this very big Taylor Swift stan account who disappeared for a while, comes back, and somebody commented and was like, "Oh, where have you been? You know, we've missed you. Like, where have you been?" She's like, "Oh yeah, I was in jail because I refused to join the IDF, LOL." And everyone was like, "What?" Okay, here it is. She was actually a compulsive liar from Wisconsin, but nevertheless, amazing. Wait, no, she wasn't. I knew her. She lived in Israel, then moved to the U.S. after she got released. And did she live in Israel before or after she lived in Australia? And her dad almost ran over Felix from Stray Kids when they went to school together. Huh? All right, someone who's a fucking Swiftie, please break this down for me. Please break this down. The plot thickens. Screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot. Oh my God. Thinking about this queen today. Taylor Swift updates. Update, as most of you know, I haven't been very active in the past couple months because I was in prison. I'm back now, though. More Taylor Swift updates coming soon. OMG. Why? I refuse to join the IDF. LMAO. Which is a thing that will happen if you refuse to join the IDF. So then this says she was actually a compulsive liar from Wisconsin, but nevertheless. No, she wasn't. I knew her. She lived in Israel, then moved to the U.S. What is happening? This plot has thickened so much. Yeah, well. Did you see the letter she passed to a visiting friend in jail? Yes, I thought this was real. Now I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe anymore. Well, listen, this is a problem this is an issue that I will not try and. Wait, why do you guys keep saying K-pop stans? I don't mess with K-pop stans. I don't want to get doxxed. Wait, what's going on? How do you know K-pop stan? Stray Kids. Where the hell's Stray Kids? Oh, her dad almost ran over Felix from Stray Kids when they went to school together. I was like, I don't know who the fuck that is. If this website goes down, the only moment I'll miss is when the Swiftie went to jail because she refused to join the IDF and still tweet. Oh yeah, I liked this. Here's the letter. Supposedly. Update, I'm still in prison. LMAO. But I asked a visiting friend to post this. Can y'all stop making comments on Taylor's body? This is so iconic. I hope this is real. She'll let us know when/if she's pregnant. Calm down. Why is there a drawn text bubble? What? Like, who would actually lie about this? I don't know. Seems crazy because, like, why would she have not been posting about Taylor? Good Lord. Can you imagine if this is true and she was in prison, but she managed to get a note out from a friend, and she did so that she could send the message to get people to shut the fuck up about Taylor Swift's body. Which, honestly, based. She used to be, yes, she used to be on Twitter, but she deactivated ages ago. Yeah. Dude. We need her to come back. I thought that this was a tweet that I related with, and a lot of what I've been saying. There's a concerted effort to paint anyone who stands with Palestine as anti-Semites to scare people out of speaking up. I'm sure anti-Semitism motivates some pro-Palestine people, but most people simply oppose decades of violent displacement, occupation, and murder of Palestinian people. Yeah, that's dead on what I've been trying to say here as well. And I get that right now, especially, it feels so hard to try and say anything because of the attacks coming from all over. Ole cuts through clear a lot of times. Yes, honestly, there have been a lot of Black people on both Twitter and Instagram and YouTube who have been so clear in their positions on being pro-Palestine and talking about the Palestinian plight. And it's because of the history between both Palestine and Black liberation. And it's something that a lot of Black people understand innately, and it's really been a breath of fresh air, because there's different types of tweets. There's ones that are like mine, where you can tell I'm trying very hard to kind of read like it would be a book. Like I'm doing my best to provide information, not come across as an asshole, whatever. So that way I don't have people I don't have people attacking me. I mean, they still do, but to cut back on that, because as much as I want to call everybody a fucking asshole, say suck my dick, it's sometimes easier to get people to stop or to change their mind if you don't do that. But a lot of tweets I've seen from Black people, they just put it in such simple terms of being like, I don't get how you all don't understand this. Like, liberation, it is not something, to be for liberation is not something that's controversial. Just really concise, to the point shit like that, because they understand, due to their own struggles for liberation. Just watched your Whine About It episode. You're such a sweetheart. I'm glad so many people love the epi. Yep, especially some of us that have Haitian family members too. 100%. Anybody who's like experienced this on a personal level, they get it, and they don't understand, rightfully so, other people who don't get this, because it's so clear cut. It's so easy. It's so easy, and the morally right thing to stand for Palestine. It's not complicated. Speaking of Haitians, I unequivocally condemn the violent, unprovoked attack by these Haitian radicals against a peaceful nation. While we criticize the institution of slavery, it in no way legitimizes violence against innocent civilians. France... God damn it. France has a right to defend itself. What? Israel, IDF and Mossad worked hand in glove with the South African apartheid state in the 70s through 90s. That's part of the reason why Israel is itself an apartheid state. Oh, yes. Also, I came from Whine About It. You guys are great together. Oh, yeah. In the same way that Israel modeled their apartheid off of Mossad's, in the same way of that, Palestine has looked to, has looked to the apartheid resistance, has looked to people like Nelson Mandela, rest in peace, as to how to destroy apartheid, as to how they can beat apartheid back and defeat it. All right. I can feel my brain going a little bit, so I'm gonna pause the conversation there. Of course, there's always more to talk about, but I can feel my brain start to slip. Okay, why is this not? So first I just want to go through some entertainment news. I'm gonna look at some stories. And then we're gonna watch we'll watch some Gordo. Yeah. We'll go through this. Won't take too long. I just want to see what the hell's happening, and then we will watch some Gordo. But yes, when I feel my brain start to go, I know it's time to call it on the coverage. So I primarily want to talk about this. This is really what I mainly want to talk about. All right, I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. So the reason that this is crazy, I know more about their marriage than my own parents. Everybody does. Everyone does, honestly, kind of against our will. Except here I am presenting this to you. So this is like the saga that's never ended. I still will see people post about the slap. I'm like, babes, that happened 3 years ago. Come on. But anyway, the reason that this is crazy is because they've been separated since 2016, and the slap happened in 2020. And, yes, it was the slap heard around the world, which I will never forget. I will never forget the celebrity responses to it. Like Judd Apatow's. Judd Apatow's was hands down the most cringe thing. I think he almost got bullied off the internet. It was 2022? Oh my god. You want to know what's crazy? It was last year. But it feels like it was so long ago. I was about to say, oh my god, this was last year. Why does it feel like it's been 10 fucking years? 10 fucking years. Okay, this is even wilder that this happened last year and they've been separated since 2016. The way I started panicking for you, I think that speaks to my conception of time right now. There's a wiki page. Yes, there's a wiki page. Because this was the slap heard round the world. If I could erase one pop culture moment in the last past years, it would be the slap. Honestly, I kind of think I agree with that. You know what's crazy? Did you guys see this? Rolling Stones, 50 worst decisions. I have not gone over this on stream, but I need to just point out something that is absolutely insane. Okay, so this is written by Andy Green. But if you told me that this was ChatGPT, I would be like, yeah, that makes sense. And here's why. Oh no, this is music history. Shit. 50 worst decisions, film history. Film history. Movie history. Okay, Andy Green, again. The 50 worst decisions in movie history. So you think to yourself, movies. Like, we're gonna be talking about movies here. Okay. We know famously movies where people have died on set. Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna be there. I'm sure, like, towards, those will be towards the top, and towards the bottom, you'll have, like, just horrible decisions that were made. Studios that lost out on films that went on to be, mega blockbusters. But anyway, okay. So you've got stuff like Hugh Grant, who paid for a sex worker. All right. I don't understand how that has to do with movies. Will Smith turns down The Matrix and Django Unchained. All right. Let me skip to the bottom. Let me show you. Fuck. Let me show you the top 10. Okay. Number 10, using real untrained lions in the Melanie Griffith movie Roar. Yeah, that was insane. People got hurt. Number 9, Ronald Reagan tells the House Un-American Activities Committee that the Screen Actors Guild is full of communists. Again, movie history makes it sound as if it's going to be something that happened on a movie set, but all right, yeah, like this was bad. Warner Brothers loses Home Alone to Fox over a measly $3 million. Okay. Weird that would be placed below this, which caused people, the effect of which jailed people and ended their careers because of the Red Scare. The Un-American Activities Committee. All right. Twilight Zone movie fails to take proper safety precautions. An adult and 2 children die. Yeah, that's horrible. 3 people, including 2 kids, died on the set of the Twilight Zone movie. You would think that, like, okay, number 7, yeah, that's pretty far down. So then the remaining 6 have to be worse than this, because this list was ranked. Phil Lord and Christopher Miller get fired from Solo midway through production. That is worse than this, where someone was decapitated. Where two people who died. 2 people who died because of decapitation. All right. Sure, this was worse. Matt Damon turns down Avatar. Definitely worse. Definitely worse. Number 4, Will Smith slaps Chris Rock at the Academy Awards. Number 4 on Rolling Stone's list of Worst decisions in movie history. Huh? What? Who wrote this? Andy Green. But like I said, if you told me that AI wrote this, that this is ChatGPT, I'd be like, yeah, because this is crazy. This is just trolling. Blockbuster gets an offer to buy Netflix for $50 million in 2000 and turns it down. Burt Reynolds turns down James Bond, The Godfather, Star Wars, Pretty Woman, and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And then finally, racist movie The Conqueror gives its cast cancer. Probably definitely kills John Wayne. You have this, and all these, which includes Will Smith's slapping Chris Rock, in the top 7. Not to mention that it was a racist movie. Yeah. So, crazy fucking list. Again, this is the pop culture incident that we will never be free of. We have learned so much about Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith's relationship, them being open, swingers, etc., etc. And now Jada Pinkett Smith has revealed that she and Will Smith have been living completely separate lives since 2016. And play. Play? Play. 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 And play. Okay, that's not wanting to play. Let me just try to pull it up on YouTube.
We are back 8:14 with Carson and Hoda's exclusive interview with Jada Pinkett Smith, and everyone's going to be talking about this.
Yeah, she is one half of Hollywood's most powerful couple. She's at the center of constant gossip and controversy, including that slap at the Oscars. She was sitting right next to Will Smith. And when we met up with Jada in her hometown of Baltimore to talk about her candid new memoir, Worthy, she opened up about an issue that has been kept secret until now.
There are so many surprising things in the book, but the thing that surprised me the most, that I actually had to reread it because I said, is this true?
Right.
Was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
Right.
but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016...
So, if you recall, Will Smith yelled, "Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth." I said, keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth. And he went up on stage and he bitch slapped Chris Rock. And again, on paper, they're still husband and wife, but they have lived completely separate lives since 2016.
which is 7 years ago now.
Yes.
Y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
But in public, the couple, who married in 1997, denied the gossip about their marriage. This interview on Bravo's Watch.
Also, why is she just now saying this? Because this is what has happened. They have denied the rumors that they divorced, that they separated, et cetera, et cetera. They've pretended, they've kept up pretenses publicly that they very much so are a united couple, still married, still, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And it's because she has a book coming out. Yes, of course. Of course. This is a teaser.
The _TrueMoo donated $3. Not sure why I got banned. Just asked to be timed out for 1 second lol. Thank you for your coverage of Palestine though.
Trumo, thank you for the dono. You asked to be timed out for a second. Why do you guys do this? Why do you ask to get timed out for like funsies. I know a lot of you do it. A lot of you do it. You won't even like say anything bad. You'll just be like, "Can you please chime me out?" Some of us have a humiliation kink. I guess so. I guess so. Yes, I will. Here. Just to feel something. Okay. There you go. Probably got banned and then embarrassed. Or you probably got banned and then forgotten about. I don't get why you guys ask to get timed out, but you guys keep doing it. Yeah, can't you time?
Mercurius donated $3. Are you doing Hotel Hell again tonight? If so, the episode with the guy who turned his elementary school into an inn and role plays murder mysteries is a banger.
All right.
Season 1,
yeah,
episode 6.
we're gonna watch another episode of Hotel after this. Yeah, you can do exclamation point vanish if y'all wanna yeet yourselves. Thank you, Mercurius, for the dono.
Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen was taped a year after Will and Jada separated.
So how long have you guys been together?
23 years.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you keep it hot?
How do I keep it hot?
Oh, yes. This was 2016 as well, when there were lots of rumors, and there are also a lot of blinds about the supposed affair that was happening between Will Smith and Margot Robbie. You guys remember these? Will Smith, Margot Robbie, pictures, what was it, like the photo booth? Remember these pics went viral because everyone was like, what? Excuse me. Yeah, so listen, blinds are always to be taken with a grain of salt. But I have read many a blind that said that they were absolutely boinking.
Maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm baffled, really.
Yeah, right.
Over the next several years, Jada and Will kept up the appearance of a committed married couple. They even faced a scandal when Jada had what she called an entanglement with a family friend. Neither let the public know they had already split.
So I guess
right, like that's what I don't get is why were they feeding into these affair rumors and allegations of cheating? Like this was one where Jada was accused of cheating on Will. And it's like they were separated the whole time. Like what? Also entanglement, hilarious word to use. Hilarious.
My question.
I blame Scientology as well.
Question is, I feel like you're a straight talker.
I am.
Are you?
Except you're not sometimes.
Yeah.
So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
That was so... She just goes, I feel like you're a straight talker. And Jada's like, yes, I am. Except you're not sometimes. Yes. So you're not really a straight shooter then.
Or let the public know they had already split.
So I guess my question
This
is
so funny.
I feel like you're a straight talker.
I am.
Except you're not sometimes.
Yeah.
So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us how to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people, you know? And we hadn't figured that out.
During our walk in Baltimore, Jada reflected on their breakup. Why did the relationship fracture?
Oh, why it fractured, that's a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of still stuck in our fantasy of what.
Yeah, good question. Does Will know they're separated? Good cue.
We thought the other person should be.
Jada says she considered a legal divorce, but could never go through with it.
I made a promise that there will never be a reason for us to get a divorce. We will work through whatever. And I just haven't been able to break that promise.
But you still live separately.
We live separately.
Okay, but you have been separated for 7 years. Yeah, that's true. This is exhausting.
I have so many questions. So do I. I have so many questions.
It was the strangest. It was the strangest kind of revelation to realize that these two people have had separate lives. I mean, they have not called each other husband and wife in all of those years.
Except for the appearance everywhere they went.
Except for the appearances, right, including at the Oscars.
Yes.
And, by the way, there's a whole chunk in this book that we're going to get into in the Dateline special and also a little later here of what happened in that moment when he said, you know, get my wife's name out of your mouth, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
There's a whole backstory there, too. But Jada is candid and honest in this book. I mean, she's saying things that she's never said, so they've kind of been living this pretend life publicly.
For years.
They knew the secret. They know it.
So now she's...
I'm sorry, but the other hosts, the other Today Show host responses are so cheesy. Oh my God, I have so many questions. Like these are grown men and women on, like, I know it's the Today Show. I know that this is what they live off of, but it's funny.
She's telling everyone. Yeah. But they're not divorced.
Nope.
So they're separated.
And they don't plan on it. They don't plan on getting divorced.
I think a lot of American families can relate, though. I think there's a lot more distance between husbands and wives than anybody ever really talks about.
Yeah.
But this sounds like something.
Yeah, that's a bigger gulf.
Yeah, it's a bigger delta.
We have a lot more on this conversation. I was fascinated by her, by the way. First time I'd sat down and spoke with her for a long period of time.
You read the book?
I read the book from cover to cover. Yeah, we're going to do a special on NBC News. It's called Jada's Story, Friday night, 8/7 Central.
I want to hear.
And let's not forget, she is promoting her memoir, okay? So everything is calculated. It always is. Celebrities don't do anything, for the most part, that has not been run through their PR team and, those who are responsible for crafting their image. To a certain extent, yes, it is always performing. It still is pretty crazy, again, considering the slap in 2022. And I think I might have said this before, but there was an element to the slap. And listen, I wasn't sitting here being like, Chris Rock was violated. This was the worst thing that ever could have happened at the Oscars. He could have died. Like, no, okay. Those types of responses were very cringe as well. Pepperoni, good night. Thanks for hanging. However, I think there was a part of this, and I may have mentioned it before in covering it, where it did seem like it was a moment for Will Smith. I almost said Will Neff. For Will Smith to be like macho with the whole keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth, where he had, he'd been laughing before, and then he sees Jada's response and he's like, you know what? I'm going to be a man here. I'm going to like tell him who I am. As someone in the entertainment industry, do you think it was all faked? I actually do not. I don't. I think that there have been moments that have been faked. throughout Oscars history, but I do not actually think that that was faked. I think I think it's a pop culture moment that that has plagued us since it happened. As yeah, now I have talked about this, like when I covered Oscars controversies, I talked about like the back and forth between the history between Jada and Chris Rock. And listen, Chris Rock, I'm not going to shed any tears over, okay? This is a guy who has sat there as white comedians that are his friends are using the N-word, and he just sits there and laughs and goes along with it. So there's a lot of reasons to think Chris Rock's problematic as fuck. He did that documentary about women's hair where he went around the world, or sorry, went around the country and talked to black women about their hair. And so that's why like it was especially gross that he made that joke about Jada, given the fact that she has vocally been very sensitive about her alopecia. And it also was just another check in a checked box in the very long history of Chris Rock being nasty to Jada Pinkett Smith. So Frogan, hi. How did the stream go? I had been texting Frogan beforehand, just some advice on like going live, and I said, make sure you have auto timeouts, like words and phrases that are set to auto timeouts. Make sure your mods are aware if you're gonna talk about what's going on. It was good, thank God. Okay, cool. I'm glad. I'm glad, and it's great that you have a platform and a community who will support you and back you up. Joe Rogan raid. Holy shit, Frogan! I'm so tired. I just did more Israel and Palestine coverage for 4 hours, so I'm sure you're exhausted as well. Probably why it's a shorter stream for you. It's exhausting, yes. I honestly feel like my brain is empty right now. Weird dude, you trying to say you had it coming? Thank you for always being vocal, encouraging others to be informed. Yeah, I talked about this earlier, but it's something where I recognize my privilege in having a platform and also in having safety. You know, I'm not on the ground saying these things in Palestine where I could be killed or jailed. So it's I have the ability to take this stance. And I also have to say this. I feel in a safer position to express my Palestinian solidarity being a streamer than I would have being in Hollywood, based on how pro-Israel Hollywood has been in the last couple days. I feel like my posts would have certainly gotten me in more trouble if I were actively pursuing a career in entertainment right now. So I do feel like I have the protection, more protection being a streamer. Anyway, the mods are tired. Oh, yeah, sure. I think everyone's tired. I think everyone's beat. Justin Bieber, most sane take from Hollywood. I don't know. Did you guys see Noah Schnaps? All right, guys. I don't know how Hassan's been able to do as much as he has, because he is a machine. He's a robot. You haven't seen Noah Schnapp's response here. I'm not going to go over it again because I went over it at length, but I'll link it right here. We're not going back to the coverage. Okay, I can't cover any more news. Even dumb entertainment news. So there's my take on that, I guess. The timing is because Jada is coming out with her memoir. They're weird, is what I'll say. The celebrities are weird. They're weird. They're Scientologists too. We know way too much about... We know too much and then also don't know enough. But it's like, why does everyone know that Will Smith and Jada Smith had like an open relationship, that they were swingers, that we know about their extraterrestrial, Jesus Christ, extracurricular extraterrestrial tryst. They were having sex with aliens. They were having sex with E.T. Okay, what was the episode of Hell Hotel, season 1. I'm also flying to Austin tomorrow, which I'm not looking forward to. I'm excited to be in Austin, just not the travel. I'm like, fuck. How is it already Wednesday? Hotel Hell. Yes, Hotel Hell. I'm going to be in Austin throughout the weekend. Yeah. Okay, so this is the Roosevelt Inn. Is this... Wait.
Tonight on
Okay, this kind of looks like shitty quality. Hold on. Let me find something better. Gordo! Are you actually going to Austin or Austin-ish? Austin-ish. It's this one, right? The murder mystery themed hotel. Fuck yes. Fuck yeah, dude. Murder mystery themed hotel. Okay. Is Gordon gonna show butt again? I don't know, but I don't trust him anymore. Do not trust him. How can you be excited to be in Austin? I meant like I'm excited for the streams that we're going to be doing this weekend, and I'm excited to see people as always, but I hate travel. I absolutely despise traveling. It exhausts me even if it's not going that far. Just exhausted by the whole fucking thing. Yeah, and then next weekend is TwitchCon. Holy shit. So this weekend I'll be in Austin. Next weekend we'll be in TwitchCon. Week after TwitchCon I'll be in Seattle. And then it's Halloween. And then it's November, folks. I think he shows butt in a lot of episodes. Gordon Rams. Okay, I might go get a little bit of an energy drink. Go take a couple sips. I don't want to drink the whole thing because I'm tired of going to bed at 6 in the morning. This will give you guys time to go get a snack or something. Okay. Gordon visits a murder mystery themed hotel.
Surrounded by stunning lakes and close to 2 major ski resorts, Coeur d'Alene is one of Idaho's premier vacation destinations. It's also home to the Roosevelt Inn. The inn is a 16-bedroom converted schoolhouse owned and run by one of its former students, John Hoff.
The Roosevelt Inn is the first hotel I've ever actually owned. I was up here signing the papers and I called my wife Tina and I say, we now own the Roosevelt Inn. And all of a sudden I hear this.
Classic. Every single person on Hotel Hell, Kitchen Nightmares, etc., they're like, oh yeah, I've never worked in a hotel, I've never owned a hotel, I've never had a restaurant before. I don't know anything about owning a restaurant. I don't know anything about restaurants at all. But I poured all of my money, all of my partner's money. We're severely in debt. And it's great. J3 and aside, thank you for the tier 1.
Because she started crying.
I mean, you gotta start somewhere, I guess.
I did not want to buy the hotel, but John really did. I have told John many times that he won't be cold in the ground, and I'm on my way home to Kentucky.
Oh, shit. Oh, it's the same
Roosevelt
story
Inn
every
is
fucking
not just hell
time.
for Tina. It's
Jesus.
hell for the guests who have to put up with the consequences of John's eccentric behavior.
Sorry, we're not trying to be a pain.
Yes, you are.
I would say that the hotel is
Finances are the number one reason for
dated,
divorce.
It's old.
Kind of smells funny in here, though. It smells old. Probably because it is old.
And the food coming out of the inn's shoebox-sized kitchen is as bad as the decor.
Strong fish flavor.
Oblivious to the problems, John's performance never stops.
I'll ask you questions, you'll give me answers. I'll ask questions, you'll give answers. I'll ask you questions, you'll give me answers.
As John is more focused on playing dress-up
How was that, Watson?
than on being
Oh,
an innkeeper.
no.
John refuses to.
Oh, this is gonna be so much theater kid cringe. I already know it. Okay, I already know it. As a theater kid, I get it. There's a lot of theater personas that are unbearably cringe. All right, we're not all bad.
To grow old gracefully. It's Halloween for John every day. He loves to dress up.
It's the curse! It's the bloody curse!
Once a month at the Roosevelt, we put on a murder mystery and dinner.
How's everything going
Theater
in here
kid
for you?
cringe is redundant. Yes, I know.
I basically
know.
do everything. You want to finish making up this bed and I'll do the bathroom?
Okay, great. I feel my
Yes,
dad
someone
doesn't
recommended
appreciate
this.
My mom. My mom works 3 times harder than my dad does. There are times that I'll come in and she's out busy doing something and he's sitting on the couch reading a book.
As the business has suffered, so has John and Tina's relationship.
We actually had to go through marriage counseling. I don't think John understands the sacrifice I've made.
Oh
Unless I
my
can get this place on the road to
God.
recovery, John and Tina will lose everything.
If I lose the Roosevelt, I don't just lose my job, I lose my home. I become unemployed and homeless in one fell swoop.
Dang it.
I don't think we're going to pull out of this one.
Bro, there's always one person who gets it and the other person who does not. And the person who does not, it's usually not their money.
I'm here in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I seriously hope this place is better than the other shitholes I've stayed in. Oh my God. Look at that. They say all publicity is good
Look at
publicity. But with the billboard that old-fashioned, I'm not so sure. You're fucking joking, aren't you? Come on. The Roosevelt Inn, bed and breakfast. It's like something out of the Addams Family. Roosevelt School. Place looks grim from the outside. Hello.
Welcome to the Roosevelt.
Good to see you.
I recognize that voice. You're Gordon Ramsay.
Okay, well, good to see you. My God, look at those chairs there. Are they from school?
They are. Those came out of the first grade classroom. Well, look, you almost fit.
A reception for dwarfs or just... First impression from the outside, it's almost like walking into a funeral parlour.
Oh.
It smells like shit as well. What is that? Is that the dog?
Yeah, you need a Jada Pinkett
Oh, boy,
special.
I sure hope not. Oh, Rohan.
Leave his ass.
Jesus.
Oh.
This is our dining room.
Who's the chef here? I saw a billboard of a guy with the most hideous hat on, covered in trees, and like this 6-foot hat.
That's me.
Even the pup is like, you're
grown
dumbass.
into Jean-Pierre the Mad French
You're
chef
so
of the Roosevelt.
stupid.
Because you're in Coeur d'Alene is a French named town, you know, so we must cook the fabulous food, wear this outfit.
Oh, no.
Now you'll see school photos down the hallway here, and these are of kids that went to school here at the Roosevelt. And the ones with the arrows pointing at the really cute, adorable little boy, that's me, of course, because I went to school here.
Oh, you went to school
My
here?
elementary school.
Who wants to live in their old school? It's like getting a detention that never ends.
That's so
The guests get
weird.
to hang out down here with the dogs and watch TV.
It does
You
keep
are
getting
kidding
worse.
me. You can't smell those dogs?
Oh, yes, I can. The dogs, actually, believe it or not, Gordon, are one of the highlights here.
Now you're sounding deluded.
Oh.
What's next?
Our little ballroom
John
or our
is in
multi-purpose room.
Delulu
Oh, come on.
land.
Rohan, you're not supposed to be in this room.
Don't you think this place could at least had some form of makeover?
Well, sadly, Gordon, we renovated this room 4 years ago. This is new.
Stop.
Oh,
This room looks like it was
God.
last decorated in 1908, not 2008.
4
How much
years
is
ago?
54,000.
54,000.
5, 4. Yeah.
Not 5,400. 54,000.
I know, lovely, huh?
Christ almighty. And does it generate money?
No.
I can't believe anyone would want to rent that space.
54,000?
It's hideous. I'm dying to have a look upstairs. It can't get any worse.
It could get worse.
And what's your...
In that economy?
Across the year.
Probably around
In 2008
20%
economy?
across the board. Ouch. I'm amazed you find it so funny.
This is your room.
Okay. What's with all the pink? It's like someone threw up strawberry milkshake all over the place. My room has 2 levels, each as bad as the other. Oh, everything looks like we're in a time warp. I mean, it's so dated. So my room, how much do you pay to stay in here?
$319.
$319. Bloody hell. I'm speechless. 13-year-old decor, $319 a night. Can I ask you something?
Fire away.
Why do you think everything's a big joke?
He's literally wearing a landline on his
Because
hip.
you're very critical.
I'm here to get this place right. But what I don't understand is how blasé you are to the situation. I'm going to give you the truth. And if you don't like that, then I'm out of here.
What do you want me to do? Get
No, I'm just-
angry and punch you?
You want to punch me? You go
Well,
first.
maybe I do want to punch you a little bit, but I can become physically very, very violent and have in the past people get hurt.
Excuse me? Excuse me. Yeah, is bro acting? That is a crazy statement to say. I can get very physically violent. In the past, people have got hurt. Gordon's been there for 5 seconds. And he was like, I kind of want to punch you in the face. Oh my God, okay.
Jeez.
Okay, John.
John, you can't just walk away. Where are you going?
Yeah, Gordon hasn't even laid into him yet.
Since I checked into Idaho's Roosevelt Inn, I've been unimpressed by the horrible decor. What's with all the pink? It's like someone's vomited everywhere. And the dated event space that smells like wet dog.
The dogs actually are one of the highlights here.
But the biggest problem here is the owner, John, who seems to think it's funny that his inn is a disgrace. The only time he stopped laughing was when I confronted him with how bad things really are here. What I don't understand is how blasé you are to the situation.
Okay, here's something that I'm going to say. Here's something I'm going to say. When you are choosing a partner in life, whether you get married or they're just, your lifelong partner, an important thing that your partner needs to have is a basic concept of finance. All right? Because time and time again, we watch this show. We watch Kitchen Nightmares. And we see these couples where the one who has driven them into debt through the stupidest, worst financial decisions. It's like, that's a #1 reason for divorce, okay? Also, make sure they don't brag about violence as well. Of course, that goes without saying. But really, it ruins so many relationships. It ruins so many lives. All right, you can love somebody. They can be wonderful, funny, all the things. And if they are terrible at finances, you could end up in a position like this.
Here's your keys.
John, you can't just walk away.
Gift subs are a good investment.
While John
yes.
hides on the truth
That's
downstairs,
financial advice I will give
I'm gonna
you.
have a closer look at my room. It's It's like someone's ashes in an urn. An absolute mess. Ah, shit, no. That's what the rug's on the floor for. Just gross. Look at the dust on there.
Oh, cheating's
Most
number
disgusting
one?
of all
I thought finances was the
is
number
the
one
dust
reason
magnet
for it.
hanging over my pillows.
Divorce.
How long's that thing been up there? Help! Let me out! I hope I'll get a sense of what's really going on here from John's wife, Tina.
Gordon, this is my lovely
Oh,
wife.
How are you?
Tina.
I'm stressed out.
What hotel were you running before this?
I was running a dental office. I worked in a dental office. I wasn't running anything except my home.
So why would you go from sort of teeth to a hotel?
Because he bought a hotel.
So you bought the hotel?
He bought a
It was
hotel.
my negotiation.
You negotiated, you both bought
That's
it.
insane. I would have
Willingly
immediately
or
divorced.
unwillingly?
Unwillingly.
Oh my God.
I was very happy and content with the life that we had. So when John told me that we were buying the Roosevelt, I burst into tears.
How much did you buy it for?
$700,000.
$700,000. How much did you spend on it?
We owe $1,100,000.
Oh, so you haven't paid back the debt yet?
To the bank owner. Oh, yeah, no, the bank owns us.
God.
We sold our house we had here.
Cashed in a 401k, everything we had.
Oh my word. Where's your house now? What you live in?
We live
Up
on
in the
top of
attic.
building.
This is my hell. I have had terrible experiences here. Business experience, financial hardship, everything's
Wow.
just fallen apart here for me.
You seem serious, you seem joking. It's almost like you're playing at it.
It is kind of an entertainment, though.
He bought a fucking hotel without consulting his wife. He bought a fucking hotel. This is a guy. He doesn't have any hotel experience. None. And he bought a fucking hotel for $700,000. They are $1 million plus in debt. They've had to sell their house. 401k. Gone. This theater asshole.
To a certain degree.
$1.1 million, that's an expensive entertainment.
Well, yeah.
I didn't realize it was this bad. How's the relationship?
Spent
We're in a rough place.
$54,000 on one room.
We went through marriage counseling, what was that, 4 or 5 years ago?
Because of this business?
Oh, yeah.
And still working together 7 days a week?
Yes, 24/7.
Bro, he's not even hot.
I'm ready for something to change. I'm ready for anything at
Like-
this point. I just
What are
feel
the
like
pros? What are the pros with John?
I'm gonna suffocate.
I'm gonna get my bag unpacked and I'll catch up with you later. Thank you. Tina looks ready to bail out.
Like, what do we
And all
even
John
have
can do is
here?
laugh. He thinks being over $1 million in debt is entertainment. I think this marriage
His
is in
head
as
is
much trouble as
perfectly
the end.
egg-shaped.
Clearly in denial, but more importantly, a man that won't man up and take responsibility. I've been told that tonight, the Roosevelt Inn
Maybe
is
he's
holding a
hung.
murder
He
mystery
is
dinner.
definitely not.
It's an event they host once a month. I have a feeling it's going to be hard to forget.
And if you'll head on into there, I'll get you all checked in.
Oh my God, I feel so bad for his wife.
We usually always have a lot of fun with this. We're going to continue to have fun with this.
Are you dressed in that for this evening?
I play the part of Sherlock Holmes.
I cannot.
You're playing an Englishman.
I am playing an Englishman, and I even have the pipe to go with it. I've studied this accent long and hard. In fact, mine is better than your British accent. I actually don't know where Gordon got his accent. He obviously doesn't practice it very much. Mine is far more authentic.
Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way. Studied that accent? He is giving Michael Scott energy. Yeah.
Authentic than his is. Absolutely, yes.
Wow. While John prances around
While
as
you
Sherlock
were
Holmes,
cooking, I
wonder
was
what Tina
studying
does
the
during these
accent.
events. Oh my God.
While you were
What have
making
you
millions of
got
dollars,
on?
I was
This is
studying
crazy.
the accent.
What happened to you?
It's murder mystery night, sir.
It's gone from an inn to Little House on the Prairie. I mean, honestly.
It'll be my job this evening to cook your dinner.
So while John gets to play
Yo,
Sherlock
her
Holmes,
accent
his
is
wife
better
is
than
stuck in the
his.
kitchen. Wake up, John. This is not the 1800s anymore.
John definitely liked dressing up more for the murder mysteries because he's not in the hot kitchen. He's out there hamming it up with the guests, playing Sherlock Holmes.
Okay. Right. I'm not too sure what to make of all this. It's a little bit bizarre. Slightly weird. I wonder if this event even makes any money. Is this profitable?
It is profitable. Yeah, it's a lot of work. I mean, we made $200 tonight.
$200 for all this work?
God, it's the same
Oh, no.
shit.
Most of the locals, you know, when they come for a murder mystery, they usually don't do an overnight.
Clearly tonight's about feeding John's ego, not filling his bank account.
Oh, well, that could explain it then. Here now. Oh, my word.
Oh, I say.
Oh my fucking God.
Here, come to, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it appears the game is afoot.
You know, their goal with the murder mysteries has always been to get people in, but if I'm not filling the rooms, what's the point?
And I would have gone away with it too if it wasn't for you and your meddling guests.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Well, there you have it. Brilliant of all of you.
Gordon is
Thank
like,
goodness that's over. It's time to find out from
this
John
shit
what on earth he
sucks.
thinks he's doing. Sit down. You
this
must be
fucking
shattered.
guy.
I'm tired.
I bet you are.
Stick a fork in me.
Mad.
Was it mad?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're in the
he's
kitchen,
like, that was so
busting your ass off,
weird.
working hard to
That was
sell all
so
those people.
strange.
And John, you were out
was terrible.
prancing around like a sort of actor.
This is the thespian thing.
It's an inn, it's not a theatre. But you seem to enjoy it.
You have to force yourself to like doing it. I mean, it's on stage for 3 hours, Ian.
The problems at the Roosevelt are elementary. Can I just have a word with you on your own?
Certainly.
Oh, sure.
This place is sinking because John refuses to take anything seriously. You love being an entertainer. Don't you dare tell me that that is hard. This whole fucking thing was put together for your fantasy.
Well, that's kind of what this night is. It is entertainment. We put on a show.
You're pretending to be Sherlock Holmes, and upstairs, we're empty. You're in the shit financially. We're in ruins. And if you put the same amount of effort into filling this place, just one room booked tonight would have made more profit than the whole murder mystery and all that work that went into it. I mean, this is insane. And you prance around like some fucking idiot while your wife is slaving away in the kitchen. Do you have any care in the world, apart from yourself?
When you get a psychology degree.
Oh, when I get
You
one.
come and tell me what's wrong with me.
Here we go.
You obviously think you are a psychologist.
Big denial again.
No, I'm not in denial. I just don't know what you want.
It's only your own fucking stupidity to why we're in the shit this far.
Well, that is probably
God
true.
damn it.
So then man up and act responsible.
Okay, I'm done with that.
Oh.
I'm done with that interview.
Oh, Sherlock.
No.
Does that massage your ego a bit more?
You know,
Why do I feel bad for him? Because he's so fucking delusional. Because he bought a hotel. He spent $700,000 without consulting his wife so that he could be the lead of a murder mystery theater thing.
no, just talk to my hand, you know.
I
on the
talk
way
to
out.
man. Oh, what a fucking
night.
idiot.
Have a good
You're not
night.
10 years old.
Talk to the
You need
hand
to grow
'cause
up
the
and
face
stop
ain't
running away from the
home.
truth. Fucking joke. It was a rough first day at Idaho's Roosevelt Inn. Let me out. And last night proved to me that owner John needs to stop dressing up
Wait till I get going.
and start growing up. You prance around like some fucking idiot and take some responsibility for the problems at the inn. It's only your own fucking stupidity to why we're in the shit.
I'm done with that.
But John didn't want to listen.
Just talk to my hand, you know.
I
on the
talked to
way
man.
out.
Oh, what a fucking idiot. Today, I'm gonna have another go at getting through to him before he heads into the kitchen to prepare lunch. You're losing money. You're on this treadmill of mistake after mistake. We may be in a elementary school, but you're not a child. And I would really wish if you stopped acting like one quickly. Is that possible?
Holy shit.
Show me what you got.
Can you get to it? I don't want to cook for Gordon. I mean, first of all, he's got a huge ego of his own, so, you know, nothing anybody else does is going to be any good. I don't even want to cook him a thing.
How are we doing over here?
Word has spread that I'm in town and the dining room is full. We're all having the same 5-course set menu cooked in the inn's tiny kitchen.
It's a shrimp cocktail to start you off.
Thank you. That's gnarly. That's ghastly. Wow. What the watery bits? What's that bit there?
That's probably the tomato juice, unless it's condensation from the shrimp.
Condensation. Was it frozen?
Yes.
Oh shit. Yeah, they're warm. That's a sad-looking shrimp. That's not a good start.
It doesn't really taste fresh. Okay. I will take that for you.
And everyone else seems to be hating it too. How
can you fuck up a shrimp cocktail? Yeah, if you want instant diarrhea, Eat that shrimp.
Okay, here's Gordon's.
Pecan crusted salmon.
Is it fresh salmon?
Frozen.
Frozen. That has to be the saddest looking plate of salmon anywhere in North America tonight. The seasoning is dreadful. It's very dry and...
Would you like me to take it for you?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take care of it.
Tastes great to me. I'm gonna kill him. I just want Gordon to take a long walk off a short pier. I want him to fall into a very deep pit so he can't get out.
This is pathetic. Can John cook anything? Can he cook an egg?
He can cook an egg.
Could you ask him just to boil me an egg?
Sure thing.
Soft-boiled egg. He can't possibly mess up a soft-boiled egg, can he?
Soft-boiled egg for Gordon.
Okay, what?
Soft-boiled egg.
What? I'm just like going, wow.
No egg cup.
No.
I'll make my own egg cup. Fucking hell's bells. Oh, it's raw. Is this really happening? He can't even boil a fucking egg. Fucking thing's still got feathers on it.
Could have probably cooked that another 2 minutes. I'm absolutely ready to boot Gordon Ramsay out of my inn. Fire away, buddy.
Are you having a laugh at your family's expense?
No.
Big tall hat, big jacket, and you can't boil a fucking egg.
You want a fried egg? You want French toast, too? How about some pancakes?
What the fuck are you doing? You don't care, do you?
I do care.
You're a fucking joke.
Those are what we refer to as fighting words. Gutsy thing to do, especially in a kitchen full of sharp knives. It has never been a joke for me, ever.
Come play at my school. I'm the headmaster. You're acting like an absolute...
No, but you're in my house.
That's right. I'm disgusted at your performance. Your big problem is you can't handle the truth. You don't like hearing it.
You don't even know me. You know
It's a
what?
joke. Think about your wife. You're in to $1.1 million of debt. You're forcing her to live in hell. She's telling me that. And just think, over the last 13 years, of what you've fucking done. And not to you, to everybody else standing behind you.
I'm tired of hearing that. I don't need it anymore. Screw it. I really don't care if he leaves.
Fuck, man.
Honestly, the way he speaks is like a child. Talk to the hand. Those are fighting words. I've been known to be violent. He genuinely talks like a kid. Jesus.
Oh. There's the jury, and they're going to hang us.
Clearly, you recognise some of your guests from the past 6 months.
We do.
I think feedback is critical. First impressions walking through the door.
A lot of decorations. It's kind of outdated.
Outdated, yeah.
Too much.
Too
A lot
much.
going on at once.
I'd like to go on to the food. The general consensus?
Disappointing.
How was it?
It was too. It wasn't the value that we paid, honestly.
Show of hands. How many of you would return and stay here again, please?
I know. I have to have a red alert on anytime he's near a bathroom. Like, I can't trust this man anymore. I can't trust this man that he's not going to show his fucking ass. Water running, hide screen. Mention having slept, better hide the screen. We can't trust him. Can't trust this fucking Brit. Scott, whatever. Jam 362, thank you for the tier 1.
None of our guests would return.
I'm kind of speechless. I didn't expect this. I thought we were better than that.
That's the most valuable information you've had in 13 years.
I thought we were a lot better than this, and that is a view that is changing.
You've got to put yourself in the guest position. You know, you've given me feedback on everything you've seen and experienced, but there's something I'd like to point out that none of you have seen. Please. Would you be so kind to put a pair of these on, please?
Oh my gosh, can this just get any more terrible? I don't think so.
Glasses on? Okay. This black light is going to show up any bodily fluids. Let's start with the pillows, shall we?
It's there. Oh my God. Like someone urinated on it.
Absolutely disgusting.
This is a fucking horror movie. There's literally cum everywhere.
This kind of stuff hasn't been weeks. That's years.
Oh. Absolutely hideous. Horrified. Disgusted. Grossed out. Kind of want to go vomit.
You kind of trust that things are going to
Bro,
be.
it's your fucking
And
hotel.
you have the...
This is just as bad as it can
This
possibly
is
be.
on
I mean,
you.
I'm disgusted.
It's yours. I bet it's your cum too.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me actually feel sick to my stomach that I slept on. Glad I took a shower.
Wait, oh my God. Doing this in front of the customers is insane. Doing this in front of the customers who just stayed there is crazy.
I'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. This is me. I mean,
Or,
I
I'm
put
sorry,
my heart and soul
hotel
into
and the
this.
guests. You know what I mean.
It's just so embarrassing.
I had to do this because you won't listen to me. And John just laughs at every problem.
I understand. I understand now.
I'm worried about Tina. Hearing from the guests and seeing those stains seemed to hit her pretty hard. Tina?
Yes.
Have you got 2 secs? Come on. I'm not here to hurt you, I'm here to help you. I'm just banging my head against the wall with John.
Well, I know what we do is not perfect, but I thought what we did was better than that.
John's got to get out of this bubble. He's an innkeeper. But he's constantly joking and shrugging responsibility. And now he has to start looking at himself.
The thing that probably bothers me the most is John just refuses to understand my need to have my part of the dream. I don't like living and eating and breathing my work 24/7 and never, ever having a place to go that I can get away.
But you're not happy.
No. At the end of the day, I usually lay down in the bed and I know this isn't what I wanted. And I'd leave here tomorrow if I could leave here tomorrow. I'm ready to just walk away from this and just forget it. I want to leave. I want to get out of here and go away.
You can't give up. 13 years of being unhappy is not a molehill, it's a mountain. You have a voice, you've got to stand up. You absolutely have the right to be happy.
Free Tina! Free
I guess maybe I
Palestine,
needed
free
somebody
Tina.
to say, you have a right to be happy.
Oh,
so that was good.
Oh, my heart.
I'll see you later.
Leave him!
I promise you I'll make a difference. And I mean that.
Leave him in his stupid fucking Sherlock Holmes accent. Free Palestine. Wait, what happened? Oh, I was like, it broke.
Last night, John's wife Tina was at a breaking point. But you're not happy.
No. And I'd leave here tomorrow if I could leave here tomorrow.
After talking, I realised how bad things really are here. And I promised to make things better because Tina truly deserves to be happy. Good morning, darling.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm here.
You're
Oh
here.
my God, Tina.
Let's catch up, shall we? Let's get out
Okay.
of this little cubby hole.
Okay.
Maybe downstairs. I can't believe that John and Tina have spent $60,000 on a ballroom that they never use and smells like dog. Looking at this inn, there's a huge missed opportunity. The potential of this room is extraordinary. And this has to be used as a way to get people into the bedrooms upstairs and make money.
Exactly.
How often do you use this room?
Twice a month.
Fortnight, that's crazy.
It is.
Have you ever thought about employing a wedding planner to actually book this place out?
I have one I'm working with. Been working with her for just about a year now. I don't pay her a salary.
Right.
It's her wedding. If we score a wedding, we both get paid. So
Yeah.
she's motivated to sell it.
For me, it's a big missed
Listen,
opportunity.
honestly, okay, as much as I've been like, free Palestina, it's a tough spot to be in because if she leaves him, if she divorces him, what is there? You know, she needs this place to succeed. Their money is tied up in it. Their retirement, everything. She's got nothing. Because that fucking dweeb.
Yeah, once you've held an amazing wedding and you've got such great feedback, it just spreads. Okay, this is what I want to see. I'll see you later.
Okay.
Yeah?
All right, thank you.
This does not stack up. I'm going to go meet the wedding planner because there must be something that John and Tina aren't telling me. Hello, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Where should we start?
Well, you want to come on over and we'll have a seat? And...
Shall we?
Yes,
Thank
come on
you.
over.
The Roosevelts. What would you say the key problems are?
It's dated. It's hard to sell 10-day-old bread.
Right.
You know, brides are young, they're sophisticated, they're on their phones, they're seeing what the rest of the world is doing. You know, a big thing with selling the ballroom is the colors. That only matches a tiny percentage. You can either go burgundy, ivory, or navy blue, and those colors are so dated anyways.
Dark.
It's terrible. And then you walk downstairs and the smell. I had one girl literally say, I've got to go upstairs, the smell is gonna make me sick.
Oh my God.
John doesn't strike me as someone that I'd want to put
Commando,
my
thank
wedding
you
in
for the
his hand.
prime.
As a host, how is he?
We have
Also
had some
happens at
issues,
105.
last
God damn it. Never did I expect Gordon Ramsay to be causing me so much risk. Risking my career.
summer with him
Okay,
coming
it happens
out
at 105.
and
Thanks,
dancing.
guys.
At the guest wedding?
Yes.
Like ballroom dancing or?
It was more like Macarena type line dancing style.
Oh my God. I mean, how awkward was that?
It was mortifying.
It was mortifying. She's
If
like,
you
it
just bear
was
with me whilst I make some
cringe.
changes. Because, I mean, you are the key to their success going forward. Would you give them one more chance?
Okay, I'm in.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
Good to see
Thank you. Thank you, darling.
Now that Misty's on board to help the Roosevelt, I'm going to make one last attempt to see if John is ready to change.
How are you feeling? I'm not here to hurt your feelings, John, but you have a huge defense mechanism.
I have an attitude.
I want to help, but you are a very tough, stubborn, selfish individual to get through to.
Truth hurts.
It's not a sign of weakness to put your hand up and ask for help. And I don't want to butt heads.
I don't want to butt heads either. Gordon, I've got two options here. I can close up the business,
Yes, Haas. I will do that. Thank you.
walk away from it, give it to the bank. The other option is, I know I've done this to myself. I've done this to my wife. I've got to find a way to get out of it.
Yeah, you
This has been your dream,
fucking
your ambition,
ass.
and she just followed suit.
You're correct.
You have one amazing, loyal lady there.
I don't deserve her.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I'm a pig sometimes. There's just no doubt
Yeah,
about
fuck you.
it. Yeah. Trying to change that. She's not the one that should be suffering because of what I did. And I haven't even considered that.
Lurkin match. Thank you for the prime.
Let's start making this place better. I need you committed.
I want the help. I want.
Do you know what the thing is too? Is that because of the way TV works and the way that like they need to get those moments, I'm sure what's not pictured is Gordon being like, "You don't deserve your wife's patience." You like leading him to say those things, and that's why like it's always disingenuous because it's too late, buddy. And also, like, we know that you don't really mean that because you never would have done this. You never would have kept this charade up.
To make this work.
Now that John's finally turned the corner,
I'm a pig sometimes, trying to change that.
it's time to sit down with Tina and get to the heart of their relationship.
I'm so pleased that we've got to a place that we can start making steps in the right direction. But this is a family-run inn, and you need your time out, and you need to cut your dear lady slack. You need to learn the importance of being a happy couple. What have you got to say?
Yeah. We've been so wrapped up in this and everything we do that we just don't even know where to go with romance anymore. It's like I'm so self-consumed with all of this.
Just the ability to just have a conversation with you, understanding my feelings. I have wishes and ambitions. There are things that are important to me, that are vitally important to me. You have to support that.
If you're not prepared to support each other in each other's roles, then it's never, ever going to work. You need to be happy together.
I want to know what your dreams are again. I haven't heard a dream from you in years.
Yeah, motherfucker, because we're $1 million in debt. Dickweed, because of you. What do you mean you haven't heard dreams from me? Because you've been running around playing Sherlock Holmes, wasting all of our retirement money. My dream is to be out of debt and to be away from your dumbass.
I don't even know what your dreams are anymore.
I don't know what my dreams are anymore. I've quit dreaming.
I want you to start dreaming again.
Oh, God.
And then I want you to share those dreams with me. Because I love you.
I know you do.
Told all my girls they were princesses. And you are too. I haven't treated you much like royalty.
Wait, by girls, does he mean daughters? What girls? Who? I've told all my girls they're princess. What? Who? The dogs? Who's he talking about? That's fucking weird.
I do feel that Gordon has helped John appreciate me more and see
Also, why
what's
princess?
going on
What?
inside of here should matter to him.
Why wouldn't he say our girls?
Now that they're talking again, I want to give
But
Tina...
why wouldn't he be like, I've told our girls they're princesses and you're our queen? You know what I mean? As cheesy, as cringe as that is. What?
John a lesson in something else they've not done well for a long time.
Wow.
Cooking. In any inn, country, hotel, it's all about comfort. And what I learned immediately from you is that you're trying way too hard. You've got a shoebox of a kitchen that you can't swing a cat in. You shouldn't be cooking 5-course meals in there.
Okay.
You're not a chef.
No, I'm not.
You shouldn't be on a billboard.
I shouldn't be.
A delicious home-cooked meal, that's all I'd expect to see, that's all I'd expect to smell when you come through that door. So I've put together a list of dishes for the whole week. Something you can cook in one pot.
Fabulous.
Let it cook itself. Really fabulous. These are my recipes. I'm proud of them. Don't start improvising, changing, just follow them. They will work. Half an hour to get the chili on. Yeah.
Fabulous.
Sweet. Nobody comes here, John and Tina, expecting a 5-course meal.
The food was an amazing discovery that it could be so simple, so easy, so delicious. I'm glad that Gordon is in my kitchen.
Tomorrow's a new dawn for the Roosevelt, and my goodness, are we going to turn the page. My team worked all night to bring the hotel into the 21st century. Now it's time to reveal the new Roosevelt Inn. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Gordon.
Spring in your step, John. How are you feeling?
Wonderful.
Good.
Oh, there's
Let's go.
the princesses.
Come in, please. Okay, 16 rooms, 32 guests. This hotel should be full. Welcome to your new honeymoon suite.
Wow.
Oh my
wow. Oh.
John, how do you feel?
This is incredible, Gordon.
A honeymoon suite, decluttered, bright, elegant.
We were literally 2 centuries back in time with what we were doing in these rooms, and we are suddenly into now, today. It's amazing.
John and Tina, I'd like you both to go upstairs.
They got rid of the cum sheets.
This is just classy.
A room that will be great for room service, to have a bit of romance.
Oh, this is...
John's like, hey, do you think I could get those sheets back? Just no reason. I just posterity, you know. But do you just have those? Like, do you think I can get them?
It's just truly beautiful.
Now, coupled with selling those rooms, the big asset that
The cum
was
sheets filled with
underused
memories.
in many ways was downstairs.
Truly, that's been
Just
a
watched
huge
you on Wine About It, had to follow.
disappointment for me.
Come with me
Welcome
now.
in.
Let me
Yes.
show you the new,
Welcome in.
stunning Roosevelt wedding space. Oh my God.
I thought we had something that would be viable to help build our business, and it wasn't. It was dragging it down.
Oh, good.
We cum sheets again soon.
Lord, look at this.
Whoa.
Okay, that
Okay, this
is
is stunning.
better.
This is amazing.
Carpet is still hideous, but
Oh my goodness.
Amazing.
much
Okay.
better.
This is stunning. Oh my gosh.
This is the direction we need to be going in.
The carpet
This
is
the
nasty.
next step up. and I am extremely grateful.
And I don't want to see a dog, a dog's hair, a dog's chew anywhere in this space.
Understood.
Now, this room should propel this business to greater heights.
It's still ugly. It's
it has
always
to be your
still
biggest
ugly.
marketing tool.
But the bar is
Because
low.
when you got the wedding booked, the guests should book every room upstairs.
This space and the revenue it can bring into the Roosevelt could definitely be the game changer that we've been looking for.
I'd like to point your attention to those wonderful plates and all the glassware on the tables. That's a special gift to you worth $50,000.
No way!
Really? You've now got, a solid foundation to host the most amazing wedding.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Now, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they sell that, now they're only $1 million in debt.
Please. This is...
Also, the money would
may
be
recognize
better.
this
She's
lady.
like, can I just get money?
Look at our new space!
Sad Cheetah, thank you for the
Misty's
gifted.
gonna give us a second chance.
What strikes you now walking through that room? What's the first thing that hits you?
It's natural, it's modern, it's what the brides are looking for. They're sophisticated, they're young. This is what they want.
And does it show sort of versatility in a way that it can be adapted to suit different colours?
Absolutely. We can put any color in this room and it'll be wonderful. Yay! This is gonna sell itself.
How does it smell?
It smells wonderful!
Now, here's the good news. She is prepared to give you one more chance to become Coeur d'Alene's #1 venue for hosting weddings. One more surprise. John and Tina, Missy's not just here to visit. The Roosevelt is hosting a wedding tonight.
Tonight?
Gordon's like, yeah, Tina, you and I, we're getting married.
Owners of the Roosevelt Inn, John and Tina, have come a long way from when I first met them, personally.
Because I love you.
And professionally.
I want to make this work.
And I've just surprised them with a true test for their business. The Roosevelt is hosting a wedding.
Hyper Striker, thank you for the 2 months.
Wow.
Tonight?
When Gordon said we had a wedding tonight, instant gut clenching.
He's gonna do a murder mystery in the middle of the wedding. Oh, God, no, God, no, burn it down.
You're going to be cooking,
Burn
serving,
it down.
just simple, elegant food.
Yeah.
Now, good luck.
Are you my bride?
I'm the bride!
Hello, welcome. Let me just take you ladies up to the room. All right, go on in, ladies.
Ooh, I like that bed.
Oh, my dress!
Guests are just starting to arrive.
Hi.
I gave John and Tina a couple of simple but delicious wedding recipes that they could cook in their tiny kitchen, and that I knew the guests would love.
This evening is going to be huge for us. You're feeling that really wound up sense inside yourself, and it's like, holy cow.
Donald, Nicole.
As the couple exchanged their vows downstairs, upstairs in the kitchen,
How did they plan
John and
wedding
Tina
this
are proving they
quickly?
are there for each other when it matters.
I give you all that I am,
I give you all that I am.
and you may kiss your bride.
You're that side, I'm this side, and we go bang. And then we go bang.
Okay, can I be really petty for a second? I have a pet peeve. I have a pet peeve with strapless wedding dresses. First of all, I just don't really like strapless wedding dresses because I don't like strapless in myself. But I have a pet peeve when they are this big. When they are like there's like 3 fingers worth of a gap there. Yes, the gaping. Oh, it bothers me so much. And like a couple of my girlfriends who have gotten married, same thing with their strapless wedding dresses. How else do you sneak in snacks? I guess that's true.
I give you all that I am.
And you may kiss your bride.
Oh yeah, my
You're that
boobs
side,
also don't
I'm
agree
this
with
side,
strapless.
and we go bang.
I mean, I
And we
did
go
wear one to
bang.
the gala, but
And
I
then-
had
so now
I
we-
had a
Plates
thing.
and hands,
Yep,
guys, and
coming out,
downstairs.
so-
Plates and hands, serve it up.
Okay, ladies, let's go.
Grab them and go. Grab them and go.
For the first time ever, the food at the Roosevelt is putting a smile on people's faces. Try and bunch them up a little bit. Just make it look so much neater. Including Tina's.
Breathe and talk, and okay, I've got this.
Awesome. We're in a nice rotation here.
John and Tina are a great team when they communicate properly. Okay, good. And I think the buzz they get from tonight will encourage them to keep working on their relationship.
How you doing?
We're rocking along here.
I love it. Plates are going away,
This is the last
Steven.
meal.
It's the best thing I've ever had. Well done.
Okay.
How'd you feel? Where's
Feels
John?
good.
Well done.
Oh, thank you.
First time you've actually cooked.
Yes.
Yeah, from
Yes,
scratch.
from scratch.
For an amazing wedding. Well done, both of you.
Thank you.
It's been a great night thanks to John and Tina's teamwork.
You guys did it, even ahead of schedule. You can do this.
I'm really hoping that our future with Misty and our wedding business just goes through the roof.
Time to go. I'm gonna be a bit sad to leave this place. I think John and Tina have done a bloody good job tonight. And more importantly, I think the whole wedding has opened their eyes to the huge potential they've got here.
Our Celsius good,
Tonight,
yeah, but I need to
the
stop
Roosevelt
drinking
is
it or
fully
else I'm
booked
going to
for
be
the
up
first time
until
in years, and the
so
inn
late.
is back on course for success.
It's been a hell of a week. Yeah?
Yes.
Tonight proved that you both can pull this off.
Once we got the system going, it went very well.
Stick together.
All right, we'll do it like glue.
You've got every chance now. Good luck. You can have a happy, happy ever after, let me tell you.
Thank you so much.
No, you can't.
Take care of yourself.
Hi,
Do not
it's me,
sneak downstairs to that
reality.
dance floor.
Not even heading
Yes.
in that direction.
Night.
Yeah, there's more to come. There's still half an hour.
Oh,
Oh.
man.
Holy.
So gorgeous.
Oh my God.
Oh, there's an upstairs.
Thank you, Gordon Ramsay,
It's
for giving us this
carpeted.
opportunity.
This experience obviously is not meant to be easy, but in the end, worth it. So thank you very much. It was nice to say goodbye to him tonight. And I look forward to seeing him again, actually.
Oh my gosh, this is so
Longview,
nice.
Washington, voted one of
I
America's
just
prettiest
love it
towns,
here.
is home to Pacific Northwest.
Oh, I guess that's it. Okay, so it's not a two-parter episode. I see. All right, so we need an update. Oh wait, is it a two-parter? Because I know there's Ass Again at 105. Okay, should we do it's not a two-parter, that's it. Should we do the update on Hotel Roosevelt? Yeah, this is a different state. So, okay, Hotel Roosevelt. Hotel Roosevelt reality updates. I think that's the site. Okay, is the Roosevelt Inn still open in 2023? What? In general, the hotel seems to be doing quite well after Gordon's visit. Reality TV Update says it's the only hotel. It's the only season 1 hotel still in business. You've got to be kidding me. The Huffs are still running mystery events. You know what? There's an insatiable taste for murder mystery events. And John even has the same costume that you saw on the Hotel Hell episode. However, they've also tried to sell the hotel, though the deals fell through. Yeah, Tina's like, I want out of this fucking place. Oh, this makes me happy for Tina, though. Let's talk about the most important question on your mind, and then I'll dig into the sale history. So, is the Roosevelt Inn still open? As of 2023, it's still open. Still serving customers in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. However, the original Roosevelt Inn owners have been trying to sell the hotel, so it might be operating under new ownership from what you saw on the Hotel Hell episode. I will talk about the sale history in more depth below, as there have been some twists and turns. However, as far as I can tell, the Roosevelt Inn owners are still Tina and John Huff as of April 2023. For now, they're still listed as the owners on the hotel's website. Okay. The hotel is also still hosting murder mystery events. Hello. You guys have said IRL stream idea. For example, here's an April 2023 Facebook post at the hotel that advertises the last interactive murder mystery event of the season. Oh, this content is not available right now. Okay. You can see John Huff still wearing his costume running the event. I've blurred the pictures for copyright reasons, but you can. It has a 4.6 on Google reviews. Shut the front door. This does look like this campaign website for a city council member. That is true. Business for the hotel seems very good, and the reviews are consistently positive. 4.5 on TripAdvisor, 4.6 on Facebook, 4.6 on Google reviews. They also named a suite after Gordon Ramsay. Oh my God. It has particularly cum-stained sheets. That's where John goes in to do his business. As a thank you for his help and in recognition of the hotel's appearance on Hotel Hell. If you want to learn, the Gordon Cheek Suite. If you want to learn more about or book a visit at the Roosevelt Inn, Idaho location, you can go to the Roosevelt Inn website. As of 2023, the cheapest room rate is around $99 per night. Reasonable, though it depends on your dates. Okay. If you want one of the suites, you'll pay more like... I want the Gordon Cheek Suite. That's what I want. Overall, the Roosevelt Inn is the only hotel from Hotel Hell Season 1 to remain open as of 2023, which makes this one of the most successful Hotel Hell rescues by Gordon Ramsay. Yes. Sale has a bit of tumultuous history. They originally started trying to sell the hotel around 2018. They asked for a whopping $3.1 million and eventually got an offer for $3 million, which they accepted in late 2020. But we all know what happened. 2020. The Huff's last day at the Roosevelt Inn owners was supposed to be March 22nd, 2021. However, the deal for the sale later fell through. In that first sale attempt, which happened around April 2021, the new buyer couldn't meet the deadline for closing even after the Huffs extended the deadline multiple times. After having that deal fall through, they relisted the hotel for sale, and the Roosevelt Inn sold again in March 2022. This time, the deal is for $3.3 million. However, it seems like that deal also might have fallen through, and the hotel is now listed as off-market. Ain't no way. We saw this hotel on Hotel Hell, then it came up on a Groupon. People staying there on a Groupon. We decided to try it. We loved our whole experience. Wow. That's awesome. Okay, so a success. A success, an actual success. What happened to the Roosevelt Inn owners, John Huff and Tina Huff? They've been trying to sell the hotel, as mentioned above. If they're able to finalize the deal, they plan to move away from Idaho and live in Texas, where they plan to spend more time with their children and grandchildren. Although this is a real success story, they were able to successfully... Oh, again, this is a real success story. They were able to successfully run the business for almost a decade before trying to cash out. I honestly can't believe this survived. I'm shocked. I am shocked. I'm so fucking surprised a business owner by fucking John survived. Actually. Congrats to them and kudos to Gordon Ramsay for the rescue. Nobody thought that this would happen. No one thought that John, as depicted in the episode, would be able to have a hotel that would eventually be a success. Yeah, maybe I don't know, maybe he sold the cum sheets, made a bunch of money off them. Was he acting the whole episode? Who knows? Who knows if he's secretly the best actor in the world who appears to be a bad actor, or if he's just a terrible actor. What's more shocking is John hasn't made a murder mystery of his own yet. Look at Tina. I can't get over, like... Oh, poor Tina. I'm glad that Tina made it out. I am. Why are you going to Austin? I am going down to do a couple of streams with the crew down there. In particular, I will be joining the Oktoberfest stream. I'm probably a secret guest. But if you are part of this community, there's no such thing as me being a secret guest because I just say everything. Okay, so here's some strike news. Let me take a look. 1 second. Classic. Once again, the AMPTP has released their offer. Wait, let me do this. Has released their offer publicly in a pathetic attempt to go around union negotiators. This tired trick comes straight out of the AMPTP's old union busting playbook. What the fuck, man? They can't teach an old dog new tricks, I guess. They just keep running the same playbook. This is NMP LOL ShitCon 22.0. Yes. Can I have the link to the website? You mean the Hotel Hell website? I think you just Google, or sorry, Roosevelt Inn website? Is that the one that you want? Yeah, so SAG-AFTRA is still in negotiations with the AMPTP. They released their offer. Let me pull up the story on it. Studios declared SAG-AFTRA talks suspended. Slam Guild for rejecting terms offered to WGA and DGA. Now, again, this is coming at a deadline, which, as I talked extensively as it pertained to the WGA, you must always look through the, you must always read this information knowing that deadline is part of the Hollywood trades and are very biased. What a long yeah. After less than 2 weeks, the last negotiations between SAG-AFTRA and the studios and streamers have broken down. You want the update? Yeah, I'll send it to you. Here you go. The studios and streamers have broken down and been suspended, according to the AMPTP. After meaningful conversations, it's clear that the gap between the both is too great, and conversations are no longer moving in a productive direction. As Deadline reported today, and over the last week of deliberation between the parties, the main stumbling block to a deal seems to be SAG-AFTRA's desire for revenue sharing from successful streaming shows. Like, this is bullshit. If you want to try to operate under pattern bargaining, then you need to give them this, because that is what WGA successfully obtained during the negotiations. Terming the profit split demand, which is estimated to make up around 2% of potential profits, an untenable economic burden. Listen, AMPTP, if you're fucking listening, okay? AMPTP acting like they're talking down a kid. Yeah. If you're listening, I'm just going to tell you something right now. You're going to lose again. And you're especially going to lose because the WGA beat you. The WGA won. They were able to win into the new contract. They were able to codify into the new contract a term deal that gives us profit sharing. It's a profit sharing revenue, residual model. So the fact that the WGA won that, and SAG-AFTRA, which absolutely deserves a profit sharing residual. Jesus Christ. SAG-AFTRA deserves a profit sharing residual as well as a flat rate residual. You are going to lose residue. You're going to lose AMPTP because WGA won it. You think SAG-AFTRA is going to fucking back down? You think they're going to be like, oh, you know what? All right, we quit. No, they saw everything. They've seen everything that has happened. They saw how stalwart the WGA was in not backing down and not giving up and fighting for this type of residual that we then got. Essentially a non-starter with the studios from the moment SAG-AFTRA first put revenue sharing on the table back in the early summer. The proposal has proven intractable for the parties and one of the initiators of the guild going out on strike. on July 14th. We hope that SAG-AFTRA will reconsider and return to productive negotiations soon, the AMPTP added. As it said in previous negotiations catering instances with the WGA earlier this year, the AMPTP tonight lists off areas such as wage, AI protections, percentage increase in minimum areas, and more, where it considered to have offered the actors hefty increases. On common issues such as general wage increases, high budget SVOD residuals, and viewership bonuses, the AMPTP offered the same terms that were ratified by the DGA and WGA, yet SAG-AFTRA rejected these. Fuck you, AMPTP. You know what? I haven't said suck my dick today. Suck my dick. While SAG-AFTRA has said nothing publicly yet, the AMPTP... listen, it's the same shit, okay? It's the same playbook. They're just running it back again. And they're going to lose. They're not going to win this. They're just bleeding the economy. They're bleeding the Hollywood economy. They're bleeding the California economy. They are wasting money and time. So I guess Ted Sarandis is supposed to be at the conference tomorrow. All right. So here's the dealio. That's gonna be it for the stream because I slept for 4 hours last night and I need to pack, and I might try and squeeze in a morning stream tomorrow. I'm sorry guys. I'm a liar. I'm a liar with gaming. I'm a Weasley liar. Post all about how much of a liar I am. I deserve it. I might try to get a morning stream in tomorrow before I have to get ready to go to Austin. Understandable. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Yes. So today's stream was still great. Thank you for being a part of it. Let me see who's streaming. Yes, join the Discord. Follow socials. Get up to date on everything. I'm gonna send you guys to 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Oh, I think Tofu Ghost. I'll send you over there. Let me make sure I don't put the wrong. It's a 0. Okay, friends. I will see you maybe tomorrow. If I end up doing a morning stream, it'll probably be around 10. And won't be super long, but I would like to squeeze in a couple hours because I don't know what my schedule is going to look like when I get down to Austin. Friday, I am probably doing Streamers and Cars on Nick and Melena's channel. Saturday, we have Oktoberfest. Friday night, I'm going to try to stream too. Saturday, we have Oktoberfest, and then Sunday, I will be back. I will be back. We will be doing dinner and a movie on Sunday night. The fun never stops. It never stops. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you when I see you next, which may or may not be tomorrow, but if not, Friday. Friday for shows. Take care. Treat yourself kindly and with love, and take breaks from Twitter. It's good for all of us. All right, good night, everybody.